Read you loud and clear, sir.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Paul is going to go to a different,
Purnell, is that?
so it might just be, and maybe Carl, haven't heard from Carl.
Harrison. Purnell, you're supposed to be here.
Pro Temp Chair.
Yeah, did you say not more than 5 people per room?
Her chair was there.
Oh, close enough.
Okay.
Hey, Sonny boy, get your physical self
Yeah.
over here. And then we can do a selfie over here. So,
Depends what question.
Get around if it drags on. We got chapter meeting too right now as well, Tahachi.
oh, okay.
These guys have all
They're all on, yeah.
checked in?
Yep, they're online, yeah. So, Vice Chair. Hasn't popped up yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Huh? Maybe. I do shot. You need to ride out? What's wrong with you?
Wolverine's going out outside,
Which one?
the right side. See that that's the driver's side.
The front?
Keep that down.
Is it?
I'm back to the driver's side.
Uh-huh.
Going out right side now. That one over there. The other one's for $32.
Okay. Well, later on then, let's see what, I got these 2 meetings to go to first.
No hurry.
Okay, yeah, later on, Tessman.
Everybody. That AFM, Chinandai, Ado, Cicado, Chidines, Cade, Flaggy, DJ, Sahnani, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. But ALA committee members, it's 10:03, let me call this meeting to order. Mr. Miller, roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Thank you. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Hello, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Here?
Thank you, sir. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Chair, we have 5 members, constituted quorum.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, we are in the Honorable Edison Winika and myself and Chief Mr. Leonard Rose are in the BNF conference room, and Ms. Angelica Benali is in her office. So we're present here in Window Rock, and we trust that you all are in a safe place to where we could address the items on our agenda. For that, thank you. So with that, I'd like to call on Honorable Edison Winika to provide us the invitation for this meeting's this session of Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. It's a regular meeting. Kayla, do us the honor. Hakushi, Shahala would chair all members of the committee, all those that are calling in. Yate Krishnido, Kachi, so that business, if we can all bow our heads to say a word of prayer before we start our meeting. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this beautiful morning, another opportunity for us to take care of the things we need to. We're so thankful for the good night's rest that we had and for that protection. We're so thankful for all the blessings that Thou bestows upon each and every one of us here upon this earth. Some probably are not aware of the blessings that they get, but we're so thankful for those of us that are more in tune with Thee for all the blessings that Thou bestows upon us. And we're so thankful for one another, for the support and love that we have for one another, so that we can continue to take care of our responsibilities in a manner that will be pleasing in Thy sight. We're so thankful for the opportunity we have to be selected and elected as leadership for the Navajo Nation, and be with us that we might take care of that responsibility to the best of our abilities, Father. And when we get to the point where we become concerned, that's when we come to Thee, Father, for guidance and for help. And we're so thankful for the guidance that Thou provides us when we do ask for it. And we know that Thou is always there, and that Thou has told us in Thy scriptures that knock and it shall be opened unto you, ask and you shall receive, and seek and you shall find. And those are the things that we're so thankful for, that Thou will provide us a way when we get in a situation. And we're so thankful, Father, for all our people. Bless them with health and with peace and happiness, that they might always provide for themselves and for their families. And bless them even especially at this time, with the pandemic that we've been going through, that we might continue to protect ourselves. Most of all, that we need to protect ourselves to help others to also be protected. That we might continue to help one another, and hopefully through this hardship that we went through has helped us to become more spiritual, to come more in tune with Thee in all that we do. We're so thankful for our elders, Father. Bless them, that they might be safe, especially at this time when with all that we're going through, with the virus that is still not completely gone yet, and we pray that it will be. And we'll continue to express our prayers. The possibility is there, Father, with Thy help, that we will overcome this. And we're so thankful, Father, for our elders. Sometimes we depend on them for their wisdom, and bless us that we might do the same as far as with the knowledge that we have in reference to the concerns of our people, Father. And be with our veterans, those that have returned from the conflicts, and those that are still there, that are still active, Father. Bless them, that they might continue to come to Thee for safety and for help and for courage to do what they have to help us, to help each and every one of us, so that we'll continue to have the freedom that we have. And we're so thankful, Father, for our leadership, our president, our vice president, and the Navajo Nation Council, and the local leaders throughout the 110 chapters. And we're thankful for the leadership at the county, at the state, and the federal government, and the leadership throughout the world, that they might always provide what is best for the people that they oversee. And we're so thankful, Father, for all the blessings. And Father, be with us as we take care of our responsibility as a Health, Education, Human Services Committee, that we might look at each item on the agenda, that we might be able to make decisions that will be beneficial for those people that will be coming before us, the programs and the different entities, that we might be able to help them with the concerns that they have, and also the recommendations and the requests that they're making. And Father, be with us when the time comes that we might, those of us that travel, that we might return to our home in safety. And bless those that are listening in, that we might be able to, that if they have concerns, that they might express them, that we might be able to respond to those concerns that they have. And Father, be with us throughout this day, and be with us throughout this week. And bless all the people that they might have, that they might be blessed with all the things that they're in need of. Be with us now as we take care of our responsibilities, Father. And we do so in the name of thy beloved Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you for that wonderful prayer. Oh, we'll go to item number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. For those on the call, please identify yourself. We have 5 members of the HES committee present. Vice chair's number. Oh, okay. Oh. Honorable Carl Slater, are you with us?
I am. Good morning.
Oh, good. So we have a full quorum for this meeting. Thank you. Committee, or number 2 on our agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. For those on the call, please identify yourself.
Ja, Asian and Annie Arnold for Shea Derek Franklin and Shep. Department of the Education Banastas.
Hello.
Asian and I. This is Wayne Claw listening in, Navajo Nursing Home.
Oh, it's
Yate Bene, this is Dr. Eric Ritchie with the Navajo Area Indian Health Service.
your name again?
Dr. Eric Ritchie.
Okay. Got it.
Good morning, Labita Miestis with the Department of Education.
Good morning, sir. This is Priscilla Manuelito with Navajo Nation Board of Education. Good morning to you all.
Chief with the IHS. Good morning.
Ooh,
Good morning, honorable delegates. This is Alex Montoya, Fort Defiance Indian Health Board member. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Hi, good morning. This is Mark Isiazi, Office of Indian Self-Determination, the Navajo Area IHS. Thanks. And I also have staff, Mr. Ben Alford, on the line. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Dr. Sandy Adkins. I'm the CEO for Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board. Thank you for having us this morning.
Good morning. This is Dr. Jerome Alford. I'm the Executive Vice President of Medical Services at FDIHB.
Good morning. This is Margaret Lynch. I am the Executive Vice President of Corporate Operations for Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board. Thank you for having me this morning.
Good morning. This is Judy Platero with Child Support Services, Program Manager. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Committee. This is Michelle with Navajo Department of Health.
Yate, this is Dr. Elvira Bitsui from Navajo Head Start.
Good morning. This is Shayla Yellowhair from Department of Diné Education.
Hey, good morning. This is Alex Kinsella with Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning. This is Osensia Tom, Board President with FDIHB Incorporated.
Oh, there's a lot of background noise. Who was that?
Last person, could you re-identify yourself? There's a lot of noise in the background.
This is Osensia Tom with FDIHB Incorporated.
There's a lot of gargling noise in the background.
Arsenio Tom? Is that who it is?
That's correct. My name is Osensia Tom. Thank you.
Arsenio. Rasheen? Thank you. Who else?
Good morning. This is Linda from Dodie. Linda Yalzi. Yeah, Linda Yalzi from Department of Diné Education. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good morning. This is Sylvia Tyler with the Division of Social Services, Child Care Development Department.
Oh. Thank you, everybody, for identifying yourselves, and thank you for tuning in to this Zoom teleconference. It's a modified meeting. We have two members of the HES here in the BNF conference room. With that, we'll go to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Ms. Angelita Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, we have your agenda, proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, June 23rd, 2021. Citing the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, and the Honorable Carl R. Later, Vice Chairperson. Location is via telecommunications. Teleconferencing, Wind Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's one for June 16th, 2021. 5, receive report. A is a follow-up on the audit report by the Office of the Auditor General. E is a follow-up memorandum summary by OMB with contracts and grants section. Presenters are Dominic Bial with OMB and Fidel Shorty with contracts and grants under OMB. C is an update on the finalized Shanto Preparatory School issues report. And the presenters are Mr. Derek Franklin of the Education Program Manager, and Ms. Lavita Mayestas, the Senior Education Specialist of the Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance. D is a report, the increased use of alcohol post-pandemic. The presenter is Ms. Rosalyn So, Area Director for IHS. 6, old business, 7, new business. A is legislation 0095-21. B, legislation 0097-21. C, legislation 0093-21. 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. And the next meeting, regular meeting for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee will be Wednesday, June 30th. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali, committee members. Before I call for a motion, we did receive a email from Auditor General, designee Ms. Helen Brown, that the audit report basically, they don't have a response to the corrective action plan that was submitted on June 7th. So we have a new date for Department of Head Start to submit a new corrective action plan that is due to the Auditor General on July 7th. So that particular item, 5A, I would recommend we delete from the agenda, and 5B we'll leave in place. And then under 5C, report on the finalized Shanto Prep School issues. Let's include also what has been presented through an email, an action by the Navajo Nation Board of Education approving a Navajo Nation school reopening plan that will be part of the Shanto Prep report. That'll be a subset of C. And then on D, report from Navajo area IHS, there will be a second part, an update on the IHS operated health centers across the Navajo Nation, committee members.
Chair, I'll motion to, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, I'm through.
I'll motion to adopt the draft agenda, but delete item A under reports and move that to a subsequent session when the appropriate information has been submitted to the auditors. Sorry, to the Auditor General.
Ms. Helona, I second that.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Slater and Honorable Helona. Just the additional request to add the additional item under what will be the new B, update on Shanto Prep school issues, and then a subset of that would be the Navajo Nation school reopening plan. That's just to apprise us of the contents of that reopening plan. And then the new C, report from Navajo area IHS regarding the increased use of alcohol, and then along with that would be an update on the status of health centers operated by the Indian Health. That would be the request from the chair.
I'll consent to that modification.
Thank you. Helona, Honorable Helona.
Yes, Mr. Helona, I concur.
Members of the committee, we have a motion for a modified agenda. Any other addition, discussion, deletion? If not, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on adopting the modified agenda.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Helona votes green.
For now, Melinda votes green. McCall Russell Slater.
Green.
McCall Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Sergeant So.
Green.
Honorable Sergeant So votes green. Honorable S.J. Wanika. Green. Honorable S.J. Wanika votes green. Chair vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Nose. A vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. And then now we'll proceed to review and adopt the journal, singular, for June 16, 2021.
Motion.
A motion by
Chair.
Honorable Wanika.
Chair, I did not email it out. I apologize. I'll get it out next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, that journal is not prepared and has not been sent to the committee for their review. So we'll bypass that until the next meeting. So 5, receiving reports, the new A report on the memoranda from OMB. Do we have Mr. Dominic Bial or Mr. Cordell Shorty on the line? And there was a young man that gave us an update at the last meeting. I didn't catch his name, but he was, we needed him to get back with Mr. Shorty on the memoranda to verify that there is 3.7 million available in the matching fund pool specifically for the Department of Head Start. If there's no one on the line, I think OMB.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
I didn't get his first name yet. Jones.
Yes. So we'll go going once, going twice, 3 times. We'll take this item to the next committee meeting agenda. That was quick, so now we're on to 5B, update on the Shanto Preparatory School issues. Mr. Derek Franklin, Ms. Levita Maestas, and Ms. Patricia Gani. Do we have Ms. Gani on the line?
The ARPA funding discussion.
Yad Bene, Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Shaja Yad Bene, Chairman. So I am on the call. We also have Derek Franklin, Program Manager from Office of Compliance and Accountability. He also has his staff member, Ms. Levita Maestas. We do have an update for you as requested in regard to the school intervention that has been in process surrounding issues as reported to us for Shanto Preparatory School. So without further delay, I want to go ahead and give an opportunity for Mr. Franklin to share with you these updates. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, yeah, yes. Thank you for addressing the committee. Mr. Franklin, by chance, did you email what would be the contents of your report?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had lunch on Ani, the Arnold School, HESI members on Othinigi. I did email a report to you this morning. So in terms of the context of the report, I will provide to you during at this time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you again. We wanted to provide you an update status report on the Shanto Preparatory School in terms of the allegations that were brought forth to us by concerned stakeholders of the Shanto. Hello? And so there were several allegations that were identified, and I can read them to you out loud, or they are pretty lengthy, but just so you'll know what my office investigated in terms of the issues concerning Shanto Preparatory School. So the allegations that were identified were failure to abide by and enforce the housing policy. On Thursday, October 15, 2020, the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety was called to the Shanto Preparatory School housing compound residents, Shanto employee, regarding complaints of 1, alcohol and drug found present at residence, 2, violence of drunkenness towards family member, 3, young children present at the home while the incident occurred, and 4, police report filed. Just for the record, again, these were allegations, and I'll move forward later on in terms of the findings. The second allegation was failure to abide by and enforce the Shanto Preparatory School policies and procedures related to the alcohol or alleged drug use by staff members. The third allegation is failure to abide by and enforce the housing policies related to alcohol or illegal drug use by staff members. The next allegation is failure to abide by the CDC policies regarding COVID-19, 1, not being followed, 2, not being implemented, 3, not adhered to in the school, putting staff members at risk, 3, hello?
Yes, we still hear you.
Okay, 3, interim superintendent has not shared the Shanto Preparatory School reentry plan with all staff members as of November 8, 2020. 4, lackadaisical attitude towards CDC regulations and guidelines on campus. 5, not keeping up with employee trainings as COVID-19 virus trends are increasing and changing. 6, training is not implemented or is ineffective. 7, thermometers not reading correct temperatures. 8, lack of workable plan. 9, lack of thorough training on how to deal with employees, staff, and students who exhibit illness. 10, lackadaisical behavior in implementation of Navajo Nation COVID-19 guidelines and procedures. And 11, allowing students on campus to the high school during October 2020 while still under Navajo Nation COVID-19 sanctions. And then 12, lack of communication as a proper procedures for employees, students, and parents to follow. The next allegation was appointed interim superintendent, also appointed as human resource director and business manager. And the last allegation was subjecting employees to bullying and fear of retaliation. 1, harassment and bullying towards certain staff members, resulting in unnecessary workplace stress and anxiety. 2, lack of trusting, honest relationship of staff members. 3, removing teachers from positions without following proper guidelines, policies, and documentation. 4, teachers have been removed, demoted, and or fired from positions without clear upfront written communication, notification, and or documentation of reasons for change in position. So these are the allegations that were brought forth to us that were investigated. During the course of the intervention team's inquiries, 36 individuals and 3 school board members were scheduled to provide oral and or written statements to their knowledge of the allegations received. Additionally, the team requested of specific documentation of the school to identify whether the allegations were substantiated or unsubstantiated. The team finds the school and the school board were negligent to follow its policies and procedures, thorough abiding by CDC guidelines, and failure to continue to follow tribal, state, and federal laws applicable to school operations. The team will develop with the school board a comprehensive corrective action plan to address the initial allegations identified as substantiated. Due to recent discoveries during the team inquiries, the team will recommend the school be temporarily assumed by the Department of Education as related to major non-certification issues and concerns of its charter school status. The team is scheduled to reconvene on June 24th to finalize a comprehensive report to be submitted to the Department of Education's Superintendent of Schools on June 25th, prior to presenting to the Shanto Governing Board and members of the community, which would be scheduled at the earliest convenient time. So that is a summary of what has taken place, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Ms. Maestas, do you have any additional comments to present to the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time. Basically, what was written out has been outlined. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Chair.
Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, can you identify what the next steps would be if the committee supported the temporary assumption of the school by Doty? And can you talk about that process a little bit further? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Yes, to answer your first question, according to DOJ's guidance, we have to ensure that we follow the school intervention policy as approved by the HESI committee. I believe it was back in 2002. So what is remaining is that because of the allegations that resulted in the allegations being substantiated, those substantiated items will be brought forth to the Shanto Governing Board for them to develop with Doty a corrective action on how to address the items, the substantiated items. We will monitor the corrective action within 30 days to see if the school is following their corrective action. We will provide updated reports to Department of Education. Now, in terms of the possible assumption of Shanto, it's due to concerns that result around certification of an individual at the school, and some concerns brought forth to us by the Arizona Charter Board in Phoenix in terms of the status of the high school charter school that exists at Shanto, within the Shanto community. It is separate from 100-297. It is a charter school under the state of Arizona. There are serious concerns that was brought forth to the attention of DOTI for us to provide technical assistance to the charter. Now, the possible assumption will circle around making sure that the charter is not taken away from the school, from the community of Shanto. So we must ensure that proper school personnel are in the correct positions so that they can correct the findings brought forth by the charter school. So when DOTI implements a possible assumption, we would have to conduct a due process hearing, which includes the Navajo Nation Board of Education, Department of Education, as well as the governing board of Shanto Preparatory School. During this due process, evidence will be provided for the Navajo Nation Board of Education to determine whether assumption is warranted. If it does become warranted, then DOTI will move forward with assumption procedures, temporarily assuming the school, to ensure that the school is in compliance with the charter requirements as well as Public Law 100-297. I hope that answers your question, Honorable Slater.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Follow-up question? If not, then committee members, any questions regarding Honorable Edison Wanika, if you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. And the presenter, I just have a question on what you're talking about as far as the assumption procedures, as far as the due process hearing and all that. Is there a timeline on that when all this will take place? That's the concern I have in reference to this. It's been a while since we got the presentation from the Shanto Prep School. So when will all this take place? Do you have a timeline on this? Thank you.
I can't launch it on Ani, Honorable Wanika. The timeline basically would be that as I read in, as I provided the report, we should have a final comprehensive report to be given to the superintendent of schools on June 25th. Then we would provide the report to the Navajo Nation Board of Education in terms of the idea of possibly assuming Shanto Prep. If the assumption procedures move forth, then the Navajo Nation Board of Education will write a letter to the Shanto Governing Board in terms of the situation, the serious situations regarding their charter status, as well as their certification issues. They will then move forward with a meeting date, which will basically most likely take place sometime in July, with possible ending date of maybe either the middle of August or end of August, because there are timelines within the assumption procedures that have to be followed. So we're looking at possible completion by the end of August.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Committee members, any other questions? If not, then, Mr. Franklin, Mrs. Ghani, when will this particular issue or report be presented to the Navajo Nation Board of Education?
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. This is Mrs. Ghani. Can you please rephrase that question again?
Yes, this particular report that Mr. Franklin reviewed with the committee, when will this particular report be presented to Navajo Nation Board of Education?
Thank you for that question. Yes, thank you for that question, Shajaa. The Board of Education has its regular monthly meeting convening July 1st. We do have intentions to provide updates via a report as such at that time for Board of Education members. They have been apprised in the June 3rd meeting to let them know that we are in process with this intervention with Shanto Preparatory School. So there have been some new information attained since then that they will be apprised of at the July 1st meeting. Thank you, sir.
And if at that time, if you could also give a notation to Honorable Herman Daniels and the governing board, the South representative, Mr. Stanley Yazzie. They're the ones that brought this issue to the committee, and that was the purpose of us meeting at Shanto. I did forward this report to Honorable Daniels and Honorable Stanley Yazzie. Stanley Yazzie did serve in the Navajo Nation Council in previous years. So that's just to give you an idea of what Hess is doing on our side. And I guess the other is Mr. Franklin.
Yes, sir.
The administration and the governing board, have they been cooperative?
In the beginning, it was a sort of a struggle, but the more and more my staff worked with the governing board, they did bring forth the documents that my office was requesting from Shanto. They have been cooperative since then, Mr. Chair.
And I guess the other is the question, had they also submitted the required documents to basically start their reauthorization process?
So in terms of the reauthorization, they still are missing a couple of items, but they are scheduled to be on the agenda for reauthorization on July 2nd. So Levita is working with them. Levita, can you share what they're lacking to the Health Education Human Services Committee in terms of their application status? Levita?
Good morning, Mr. Chair again. I wasn't quite prepared for that, so I would need some time to get that information. But there are several documents that are lacking, and we're in communication to get those completed. A big one was their audit report, and we recently received that. I believe, was it last week, Mr. Franklin?
We did receive the audit report for the audit ending 2020. Yes.
And there's, while additional information are being submitted, there may be a couple that's still within that pile that I need to review with among other schools. So to be very specific, I won't be able to provide that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we'll request that after the Navajo Nation Board of Education meeting on July 1st or 2nd. Thank you. Committee members.
Chair, it's Delegate Slater.
Oh, Satilla, Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
I apologize. My internet reset itself. So may I just ask what the last question was that you asked that Ms. Maestas was responding to?
In the reauthorization for Chantilly Preparatory School to be a Public Law 100-297 grant school, there is that application to get reauthorized, and there are several documents that are required. My question was, have they submitted all of the documents for reauthorization?
Chair, if we complete the Shanto portion from Mr. Franklin and Ms. Maestas, while we have them, could I ask a question toward the end on a separate matter?
Yes, okay, all right. In this aspect, committee members, I'd like a motion and a second to receive this report. Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika.
Second, Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater, second. And basically, again, if we could get an update after Navajo Nation Board of Education gets their report, this particular report, and see how they move forward. We would have Mr. Franklin and Ms. Maestas perhaps give us a whole an Excel sheet on the status of all the other schools that would be reauthorized. With the other committee members, if there's no other requests or questions. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Gage Jr. votes green. Honorable Cornell Halota. Honorable Cornell Halota. Honorable Call Russell Slater.
Green, Delegate Slater.
Honorable Call Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Cornell Halota. Honorable Cornell Halota. Honorable Charlene So. Chair votes three, in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members, for the vote. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 members not voting, and the chair not voting. We go on to
Chair?
Joe. Go ahead. Yeah.
Could I just ask a quick question real quick of Mr. Franklin and Ms. Maestas?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, I know that Delegate Yellowhair and myself have tried to hand off documents related to Rocky Ridge School, and I wanted to know if you've received them, and then second, if you've had time to review them at this point.
Yes, thank you for that question, Honorable Slater. Yes, I did receive the letter as well as the supporting documents in regards to the concern of Rocky Ridge Boarding School. I did review the documents, but this being a BIE operated school, the protocol for BIE operated schools would be to alert BIE. In this case, it would be Miss Emily Arvizo in terms of what was presented to the council delegate that represents the Rocky Ridge boarding school area. So she is aware of the situation. She did inform me that that she will assign it to her staff to begin to investigate the situation with Rocky Ridge Boarding School. So it is now in the hands of BIE at the Navajo BIE region for them to investigate the situation. Mr. Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Has Delegate Yellowhair been apprised of this information? If not, I can help convey that to him.
I have not contacted Mr. Yellowhair yet in regards to, but I did tell him what the procedures were when he came to visit me, when he delivered the documents. I did tell him that I would explain the situation to Ms. Arvizo for BIE to investigate.
Yeah.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
I'm done. Thank you very much, Chair, for indulging me.
Okay, and I guess, thank you, Honorable Slater, for highlighting that. I guess the main thing that we haven't heard from BIE for several months. I know that there's the need for data regarding how they will address their own operations on a reopening plan. But what I was previously aware of was they sent out requests for parents to either opt in for in-person or opt-out in-person, and whether they would do a modified classroom instruction. And since then, we haven't heard anything. Honorable Slater, with your indulgence, I'm going to ask Mr. Franklin to prepare a letter for our signatures to go to Bureau of Indian Education, Washington, D.C., to request a report. I think right now the way the Bureau of Indian Education, their consultation, their point of information is OPVP. And irrespective of HES being the oversight, and I'd like to see how we can better clarify the status of a three-branch government. And in this three-branch government, we have to demonstrate that the legislative branch is part of the BIE consultation process, and not just the office of the president. If we could do it in that manner, because I know that there's, right now they don't have, Navajo region does not have a director or superintendent. They're just going on 120-day assignments. And they're, that basically, shall we ask for somebody to be appointed? This would be CC to Madam Secretary Deb Holland, the Assistant Secretary Brian Newland, to address this matter. Committee members, I ask for your indulgence to proceed in that manner. Committee members?
Is that an action item that you're requesting now, Chair, or are you?
This, I guess, a nod of the head if it's necessary to go forward. Oh. That's for the folks on Zoom, the ones on. Ashako, what are the committee members? Oh, so is she? Oh, yeah. Education sovereignty, exerting or what we think is appropriate. So Mr. Franklin, Ms. Garney, and even Ms. Alexandra Kinsella help us with that. And send me a draft, and then from there we'll use it as a footstool to get
Honorable So, this is Alex with DOJ.
Oh.
Good morning. So could we possibly get a written request on this item? Because I'd like to see it in writing to make sure we're clear on this communication, and we may need to work with Office of Legislative Counsel as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. With Ayla, so we already accepted the report. Let's go to the other item of 5B, the Navajo Nation School Reopening Readiness Assessment, as well as the Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan. Committee members, you were emailed those two items, those two documents, and Honorable Wanika and myself, we have it in our hands. Thank you. Giaja, Ms. Patricia Ghani, you have the teleconference floor.
Good morning again, members of Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Yad ehbene, eya shadejit Pat Ghani eya yunisiedo, Acting Superintendent Shananish, Department of the Education aja eya Shananish as Acting Superintendent. Ado dijin eya kwaige nahasto from Department of the Education. The Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan, Board of Education members, June 16th, with some amendments. Anale Tzede, March 16th, phased reopening approach. Various thresholds were identified in accordance to the nation meeting the gating criteria and allowing schools to reopen for in-person at certain percentages and operating in a hybrid model during the course of the recovery efforts of COVID-19. And since then, as you are aware, we have some positivity in terms of lower rates of COVID positive cases on Navajo Nation. And that clearly has been in support of the move and significant conversations that started surrounding how we can support our schools in their safe reopening. And with that, it required some changes and amendments to be made to that initially approved plan. So we are here before you as committee members to share with you those significant changes. I do mention that the Board of Education members have seen this plan. We have discussed this very item with them. And we also did solicit some parental perspective as well. Last Thursday, we hosted a parent forum in collaboration with Dene College and their radio station. We had a live interaction of panel where parents were able to tune in and ask questions from the pediatrician who was on the panel, in addition to several of the school leadership on Navajo Nation to speak to how they have been thoughtful and the intentionality that has gone into their school reopening plan. We did have a number of questions there from the audience. And this recording actually has been shared through the Department of Dene Education Facebook page for additional parents and audiences to view. Dodie maintains the openness to receive any other questions that parents may have who may not have had an opportunity to attend that evening on Thursday. And so this is a plan that has been shared with school leadership. We do mention in our engagements with Health, Education, Human Services Committee that we have been working alongside the school leaders during the past year through the weekly leadership meetings, and they have seen this plan. They have it in their hands. Schools are expected to furnish their plans to Department of Education through a reporting portal that has been shared. And that due date falls on June 30th. We will be able to read to see if there are any glaring questions and concerns. We have been thorough and precise with communicating what these expectations are over the past few months. And if we need to engage in any schools directly, we are prepared to do so. It is the idea that schools will have their plans furnished to us along with an attestation form. Shows that they have developed the plan in accordance to the framework shared from Department of Education, and that their school board members are in agreement that the school is in fact ready to reopen. And so those documents we will attain here through the reporting link well in advance of schools moving forth with reopening. Of course, we also look to leadership to help us in terms of the request for rescission of the standing legislation CO-84-20, which is a legislation for online only learning. So with that, I do have the program manager from Cognia. Shayla Yellowhair has been instrumental in leading the Dodie's internal work group in developing the plans. Through collaboration and conversations with Dr. Jill Jim, the Health Command Center as well. Many pediatricians have weighed in on this document. So we are quite hopeful for leadership here to receive this report and to help us move along to through the steps of having the rescission of standing legislation. Ado na Chairman So, Ado Shitsui, Vice Chair Slater, and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Yat ebene Ado Bedag Ehegit Quaeke Eya Wishte Nan Hidon Ni Do the Navajo Nation School Plan Bedit Niniki E Quaeke Banahwil Net Dolech Shayla Yellowhair Doshe. AD Ultratnaz Niligo Baka Anna Awo Technical Assistance Bedit Ninigi E Hot Abel Nailnish Ultra. The Quidamo is Leda Yab and Anna Shohahol Jijdo Navajo Nation Board of Education Yah EJ on the 16th of June in a special meeting. This has been adopted and approved. It said the Yandle Wajid has the the Board of Education. It said the Soziki Alke Hona Ultra Andol Nilti Quajid Nasni Higi Ajabel Elhana Nilgo Ajanal Kidigi Big Eho. The color code yellow phase do orange do red Ade Hahol Jij. A big eho AD ultra nalnehigi the % is kiddo ya alchini in-person learning hybrid model bedi no hot hata adi yolta hot hadilya alsede ado wishte kudjijait ashon ya di nalni higi an it kuji ya budget Navajo Department of Health ya dana halne Konella a positive case, although Konella ain't hidden a hot abike hastib. adi benena COVID-19. Aji ki ukhot bes khana nilgo. AD ban so this case 100% alchiniyajet hada adi yoltra. AD K12. Ukhot AD plan igi naskans AD amendment bedi ninigi ukhot kwa age bethato lel. Ko aji ki yadi zel indan lenigi han so shin ki ka ije aje ba yati ado omado je esto di kodo ultra anal nehigi khait yan hina idikid kodo bankil chodo al ado zel indan lenido di school leaders Delcon Community School na Bill Wachunas Walia principal itra panelists last Thursday evening. Ado Window Unified School District Superintendent Shannon Goodsell and Dara Tabram, who is the Dean of Student from Navajo Preparatories. Quaige benal sos khedi laigi quaige yan dahasne. It histe in so yan yamado jeetan lenigi yinachna idil kido lehigi. Aje ochot school reopening plan yan dahasne. Called Aje recording has liingi do liaigi yadi Department of Net Education Facebook page igi Aje ochot share ilia. We do certainly encourage parents to view the information that has been conveyed through that event, and then also to have an opportunity to pose questions for Department of the Net Education. So without further delay, I do want to turn the time over to Ms. Shayla Yellowhair to share those specific changes for your information, Health Education and Human Services Committee. Shayla?
Good morning. This is Shayla Yellowhair. Turik Nanish Ejitachitni Bashishchin, Tabahai Dashitebi Pitone Dashanala. I'm going to go ahead and share the school reopening plan. We did do a presentation for the committee, I believe in March time. We have since updated the plan based on what Ms. Ghani had mentioned. So I'm just going to go over the major changes. The biggest change to the plan is actually the realignment of the overall plan to the Navajo Nation COVID-19 Safe Schools Framework. This framework was developed by Dr. Jim and her team in Department of Health with HCOC's assistance as well in the community mitigation team. And essentially the framework is, if you have this emailed, if you have the actual document in front of you, it's actually Appendix A. And so if you look in the appendix, you can see the document for the Safe Schools Framework. So when this was, and this framework hasn't necessarily been released to schools or released out, but we do know that as this is in, that's why we have it in a draft form. But in preparation for schools to reopen and knowing that there is a great need for students to get back into school, especially at the younger ages, we thought it best to collaborate more and ensure that what the plan is from DOTI and Department of Education, that it needs to be aligned with this. So the framework is essentially split into what they call core prevention strategies and conditional prevention strategies. So if we look at the table that is in the framework, you'll notice in table 1, and this is the same table that is actually above in the Navajo Nation Reopening Plan, but it's easier to understand if you see the framework first. So the core prevention strategies, you'll notice that the colors are still the same in terms of the level of transmission. So there's purple with very high, red, orange, yellow, and green. Currently, the Navajo Nation is in the yellow, as you all know. So based on this, schools would be open for in-person learning in all phases. Now that doesn't mean necessarily that, you know, it has to be 100% in all phases. However, there is that option. And with that, with schools being open for in-person learning, there are also the parent options for hybrid and virtual learning. So parents would still have that choice to opt out of in-person learning or to continue with the virtual learning if that is a setting that their child thrived in. The other areas in terms of the core prevention strategies are masks, physical distancing, student cohorting, but that's only available or only required in the purple and red transmission phases, I'm sorry. It's also the hygiene, cleaning, and ventilation, diagnostic testing, contact tracing, reporting required. So if there is a case that there is a requirement to report to the HCOC website, there's a portal, and then strongly encouraging vaccines. So this is the core of what the framework looks at, essentially as a set of behaviors and strategies that, given the studies and given research that has shown that students and people in general are safe if these things are in place, and therefore they would be safe generally as long as those things are implemented. And the higher the transmission, the more likely, or the more the higher the frequency for example, for the cleaning or wiping down of things. If you're in a higher transmission area, then you would need to do these things at a higher level. So moving down, there's the conditional prevention strategy. And then this really has to do with the screening testing. So screening testing is the testing to find or to sort of stop the, I believe it's called like the silent spread of people who have asymptomatic or who are asymptomatic and would test positive with COVID-19. And so it's, we're asking our schools to put in place a program, essentially, that there is a screening testing program where they would randomly test their students and their staff, given the frequency would be based on the transmission level as well. And you'll notice that there's also a part in here on sports for, how many times students that do participate in sports would be tested on a random basis. The rest of the framework is, like I had mentioned before, is from the Department of Health. So what we did here, our internal work group team, is we took the framework and broke it down to explain to to our stakeholders, essentially to administrators, the difference between core and conditional. And put in here as well that if there's activities such as youth programming and sports, there is mention of sports like we just went over in the conditional strategies, but sports in general is not discussed in this plan specifically. So that would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis and work through with the public health emergency order or another executive order. So we are essentially adopting the core prevention and the conditional prevention strategies that were in the framework. That is the main difference. So if you looked at the first plan in comparison to this plan, there are major changes in the way it looks. And that is mainly because not only the updated guidance from CDC, but also because there is an urgency to reopen in a safe manner, and we know that is possible. The final thing that I wanted to put out there is in the appendices, you also see that there's a glossary. That hybrid model of instruction, it's important that everybody understands this. So hybrid instruction means that several types of settings is happening at one time. So you may have students who are in person in a classroom with the teacher. You may have students who are still logging on virtually, and that teacher is in a different classroom and the students are at home. You may have students who don't have internet access still, but aren't comfortable with coming to in-person learning, and so they're going to continue to work through paper packets throughout the year. And you may have students who are in-person remote. So they come to campus, they don't want to be in the full class with all of their students, but they do have the option to log into a remote class. So all those things happen at one time to varying degrees. So the plans that we're asking for and the expectations that we are setting for schools is that their plans should have the conditions for and what they're going to do in terms of safety for remote, for the hybrid learning instruction model, which you see on the screen, and also for fully in person. So we are a year and a half into this almost, and there are many things that schools have learned. And so we're asking schools to update those plans that they did submit to us last September. The last thing I just want to share is that based on the reorganization of the, based on the reorganization of the core and conditional strategies, that we went back and reorganized the readiness assessment. So the readiness assessment is something that the schools do on their own. So this doesn't necessarily mean that HCOC or Department of Health or local IHS must be involved, right? But the schools, if they have that relationship and if they need to build that relationship, this is a great way to reach out to them and invite them to be a part of this team. And so the team that the schools would need, we did not change the process. We did not change who needs to be on this team. So it's still administrator, a local health worker, an educator, a facility maintenance representative, or a parent, guardian, or community member. So those are still the same. The process is still the same. We did not change this. We did add the email. So if anybody has any questions on either the plans or just general questions or concerns, they can be emailed to schoolreopening@nndoti.org. And that's just a general email for the public. The actual checklist, we reorganized them based on core and conditional. So the indicators are still the same indicators as the first version of our readiness assessment. And it still is aligned to the BIE facilities and maintenance checklist that I believe schools that are in BIA facilities, they also must do that walkthrough. And so we did our best to align what they were asking for with what we're asking for, so that if they meet one indicator, then they're also meeting that other piece on the BIA checklist. So these are the areas that schools would need to do their walkthrough with this team, and either say if they have evidence or no evidence. They would go through all of the different areas, and these are things that are not out of the ordinary. These are things that we have been sort of talking about. They are things that in terms of diagnostic testing, it breaks it down more in what needs to be in place. Contact tracing, again, those are things that can be, schools have questions on, so we break that down a little bit more. Finally, once the team goes through this, we also have a page for recommendations. So the team, if there's something that needs to be put in place, they would put a recommendation in there. And then the last page of the assessment is the signature of attestation, where essentially the team that was on, that did the walkthrough and did the review of the policies, they sign and they make a recommendation for whether or not they believe the school is ready to reopen. So this attestation form is what schools will submit to DOTI, so that we have that on file in the event that, just anything happens. So this form can also be sent to schoolreopening@nndoti.org. Thank you.
Thank you for the recap on this. Committee members, do you have any questions? As
Chair?
Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. For the record, I guess I would just like it stated, this still will champion and prioritize parent choice in what sort of instruction their child will receive, right?
Yes, it does. So regardless of the option, the school has should have the different types of plans, but in every area other than the remote, like the full remote, where if we were to go back into the purple and the nation shuts down as a whole, schools are forced to go back into the remote only learning. Only that's separate, but even in that, there are for selected students, for students with special needs, they're sort of covered under there. parents will have the choice, regardless of the phase, of the type of instruction that they want to have for their child and the setting. So yes, it still does champion parent choice.
Chair, can I ask a couple more questions?
Follow up, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. And then can you walk through what public health and medical consultation or guidance is guiding this process? You know, is it CDC guidelines? Is it experts hired by the Department of Health? I think that a lot of people don't quite understand how rigorous this process has been. And I know that you've touched on it more from an overview setting, but to go into a little bit more depth on that. And then, you know, if you want to cite studies or things like that. Second would be discussing the involvement from schools and that you have staff and other individuals responsible for the welfare of our children in the school setting and how they've been engaged. And if you can be a little more specific on that. And then lastly, my request is that the school reopening plan, as it's been finalized recently, be submitted to the Office of Legislative Counsel so that it can be attached as an exhibit to what will hopefully be a legislation presented this Friday. Thank you.
Sure. I can take a stab at the first two, and then we'll pass it to Ms. Ghani for the last question or the last request. So this process for creating the Navajo Nation school reopening plan actually started in the fall of 2020. So we started the first iteration of this plan working with an internal work group of DOTI. One of the things that is really important too, that I really want to call out, is not only my appreciation for this team, but also the level of education that our team has. Every single person on that team has a master's degree in education. One of them has actually just got his doctorate, and I'm working on my doctorate as well. So we have a internal work group that has been in the classroom for decades, if you were to put our experience together. And we also have a unique relationships that we were able to leverage to get the first iteration of this plan started, and then to continue to listen to and bring in what we had been hearing, both from parents, from our stakeholders, from CDC, and from HCOC and Dr. Jim. So a part of that process, I was invited to be a part, or became a member of the community mitigation team, which I believe is a team under the overall structure of HCOC. On this team is a group of pediatricians. It's a group of public health officials, of various people from the Navajo Nation that have worked on the Navajo Nation in the capacity of medical doctors, as well as in the Department of Health. And there are different people that represent OSHA, that represent Department of Environmental Health. I know that there's more people and more departments that I'm missing. I just don't have that list with me right now. So that community mitigation team is responsible primarily for reviewing and making recommendations, or providing feedback for things that need to be reviewed and pushed towards the overall HCOC. In terms of the work that we did with them, they particularly were supportive of and really helped us shape the types of strategies. So the safety strategies, the overall sort of like, what is the baseline? What are we going to be asking for in terms of expectations for schools? The other thing that we did is the framework, the second iteration, when we released the first, and it was approved by the board in March of this year. That first was highly, we collaborated with the CDC representatives that are also a part of the overall structure. I know that there are several different people that came through and that have worked with the community mitigation team and Dr. Jim as well. So we did have CDC representatives support us in knowing where to find the resources, where to be putting them, and how to understand them in relation to kids, in relation to parents. So we did our best to integrate that in how the essential question of this is, how do we keep kids safe, and how do we ensure that what we put out there is not only quality but is accessible. And so that's why you see the way that the plans are visually, is that we want it to be as accessible as possible, that any school administrator, any parent can pick it up and know exactly what is expected from their own school. I think we were successful in those two things. I also think that there a lot of the work that has been done in collaboration with pediatricians across the Navajo Nation. Specifically, we have pediatricians from Shiprock, from Tuba City, from Chinle, and they are also team leads for the contact tracing, for the community mitigation team, for the testing team. And so those individual teams, like I said, they're a part of the overall HCOC, and they're the ones that create the policy and the guidelines for reopening, and kind of helped us to draft the updated guidance if anything changed. So an example of that would be when we went from 6 feet to 3 feet, or and another thing is when the plexiglass situation. So is that still something that we should require schools to have? Like what are the implications of taking that out? You know, those types of things. We had the consultants in terms of the relationships that we had with them. I would say this overall plan is a result of tens of, I don't want to say tens of hundreds, but a lot of hours, a lot of work hours, and a lot of collaboration hours. We also, within DOTI, the Office of Educational Research and Statistics, under the purview of Roy Tracy and Dr. Andy Nez, who is, the latter is a part of our internal work group. They put out surveys throughout the year. And so we used the data from those surveys to incorporate the direction that we needed to ensure that our technical assistance was covering with schools. So the most recent survey was actually over during the month of May, and we do have that data available. I think that was shared with you all, but we can make sure that it is sent to the committee to ensure that you all have that. That is the basis of what we had really started to think through in terms of, are parents ready? Do they feel ready? Do kids feel ready? I know that in my family, for example, we have 3 kids of school-aged children, and one of them went through kindergarten completely remote, and she's ready to go back, right? So the things that her voice was able to be heard within that survey, as well as my 6th grader, right? So that survey really captured a lot of the voices of our kids and the voices of our parents and teachers. Now, that said, there are still lots of voices that are, along the spectrum, and we're trying to be aware of those. And also, we want to be flexible in how we're providing that TA. So it's a mix of experts. It's a mix of doctors and pediatricians specifically, and it's a mix of people within DOTI that have the experience both of classroom teaching students with exceptionalities, teaching students. We have a Navajo language teacher, Dr. Andy Nez was formerly a Navajo language and culture teacher. And so we have those different areas of expertise that we were able to look at this and say, okay, what does it mean to say that we need you to collaborate for students with special needs? Like, what is that expectation that then informs the way that we're going to work with schools? But we need this standard to be set here. And I can elaborate if you need more, but I'll pass it to Ms. Ghani to answer the second question about forwarding this to Legislative Council.
Thank you, Shayla, for providing that context in response to questions from Honorable Delegate Slater. And again, to address your question, Shitsu Slater, good morning again. You asked a question about how we envision this traveling up through legislation. Thank you for asking these questions, and then also surrounding just how in depth we have looked at this document. We certainly have taken measures to include and solicit information that were all relevant in designing what we believe to be a solid guidance to our schools. I am seeing chat comments here in regard to tell us what to do. That actually is not in the purview of Department of the Net Education. Every school is different here on Navajo Nation with differing and various oversights and jurisdictions. In addition to that, there are small schools, medium-sized enrollment of children, and then we also have some of those larger school districts, elementary levels, some K-8, some who are operating as K-12 systems as well. And so when you look at providing a guidance for all of those varying types of schools here on Navajo, given the geographical differences and differences in resource and accesses thereof as well. Dodi's position was to create a framework that will serve as a guidance with respect to the local school leadership. The Natanis within the schools work at the direction of their school board members and in accordance to the policies that they have. And whatever that school's unique needs are, this is a framework that will support our school leadership in designing what best meets their local needs. And so that's the position that we have taken so that there is a pliable document that will meet the needs of the respective schools across Navajo Nation. And then further, we also ask the school leaders to engage their stakeholders as well, whether it is looking at the student needs based on a comprehensive needs approach, the parents, their perspective, and then the teachers. There are varying skill sets that we have to work with it within each of these schools. So with regard to all of those variables, this is how this guidance for schools has been born. And in terms of how we foresee this to serve in the rescission of the current legislation for online learning only, we ask that this be utilized as an exhibit. We don't want to have this framework tied up in legislation. And I share that because we do find a need to have adjustments made as things change with COVID cases here on Navajo Nation. We are all aware by now that there are certain gating criteria that the nation is working with. They may look differently as to how the counties are managing their responses on the outside of Navajo Nation, including the state's responses as well. And so the local numbers and the gating criteria are what we are working with at the direction of Dr. Jill Jim. And so the public health emergency orders that are being issued, we want to be able to support the schools and communities with those quick changes that are necessary. If we need to downgrade from where we are in the yellow phase to orange, if we have to go back into a red phase and then a purple phase, we certainly don't wish for such a thing to happen. However, those changes and adjustments, we hope to have public health to guide us in any changes that may become necessary. And so I caution us to have that into consideration as this travels through the legislative. I sincerely appreciate these questions, Honorable Slater. Mr. Daniel So, we do have our Navajo Nation Board of Education President, Ms. Priscilla Manuelito Benali also on the call here. I just want to take this opportunity to introduce her and to also have her insight and offer some words in support of this plan at this time, if I may, sir.
Oh, Madam President, Priscilla Manuelito. You have the teleconference floor.
Thank you. I had the honorable members of the HES committee and also our staff at Doty. I've been listening in since you guys started, and I'm just so thankful of the direction and the communication that we continue to have with you all, and your leadership and the concerns that you guys hear that is passed down to Doty. Siya Priscilla Benali Chiedo Haston Slo Ashini Bashchin Kia Ani Dashado Biotene Dashanala Gloya Jade Nasha as Shudit Ms. Ghani introduced me as the chair for Navajo Nation Board of Education. I just want to inform you all that my colleagues and I did see and review the presentation that you guys were given. We see that things are changing with education in the aspects of the COVID, and we need to move along with those changes and the reopening plan that is being discussed in various methods and various individuals, and it got a wide spectrum of insights. So we're very thankful that this wasn't anything that was just generated by Doty or by us. There was many individuals that had a part in this plan, and a lot of the different individuals gave their insight on it, and I think that's what makes it unique. So I'm very thankful that again, to our staff for the hours put into this. As you can see, there's their initiatives has been put into a documentation form. So and thank you all for reviewing it. It did, as indicated, go through the Board of Education and was approved. So honorable members of the HES committee.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready to request for legislation. Ms. Ghani, Ms. Manuelito, legislation to go to HES, Navi, and the council.
Thank you again for that question, Shajaa, Chairman. So, from Navajo Nation Department of Education. Judy board members Health Education Human Services Committee. We ask for you to approve our report here today, and then also recognize the document, the plan as presented, which shall serve as an exhibit to the legislation that would be rescinded. Safety protocols bedi ninigi aja ultra kajo beta not zendo ADB hoso niki school reopening plan ado ultra igi bohonet za naha anado ni ako di kodon hini kedo let bel ke estinigi di ultra andol niligi la anta di ultra benad ani dan linigi khan so shi bedil Ado ade eldo nchija khane ayila Nakaalchin kahoy ba analne do lelti ultra nas nalago ta yesibi nahund ago yahi the computers ya yesibi yajilchin yajibla annisha do helt eda nahund jadi ba ultra igi had eshin yesi yajin ati khaido yelechidnel na hot ayen dashnish alchin do hot Haid éisi walla bedi chud ohol híil I chidanelna dolla éiad yisi I céide the nes de. The learning loss bedi ninigi, one can only infer at this time in absence of the real data. Jodnicha alchiniaje adon das ka that the assessment indal ihegi o betkis chodeshi adina kilri. Spring 2020, auto spring 2021 auto assessment bedeliada. Ako aje yisi kone la hot ya alchine ikeda the nes de hot don't niligi apa aten akonde because of the vast difference in the way our children were learning this past year. One can infer that we can see some impact. Ako ADG but akhat di ya ando khanha alchinyaja up honet zangi it whether that is in a hybrid fashion or at 100%. Yesi it his so ya alto omado ja abini ke AAD in kha alchinyaja abiye da hun zindo lehigi jadi min hinni big est adon hilla alto tana kis adod la eltra nihe da holya nakhabeto nido aje ukhat alchinyaj bich yathe. I think it's only appropriate that we begin to learn how to exercise that personal responsibility for safety measures and to communicate that and educate our own children. Jadi yat is that yesi it his so aje nakhab ananat edo bohonet zando leh. Ako akhot ya khodo hida ya naltos niltos ya sponsorship for legislation ya nehini kedo lechnat no linigi ado abadag ehget na ehe shaja chairman so
Hakushila Shiyaj Ado Shiyaj Madam President Priscilla Manuelito and Mrs. Patricia Garani. The Navajo Nation Board of Education resolution approving the school reopening plan. Could you email that particular resolution to Ms. Angelita Benali, our new legislative advisor, and to Mr. Leonard Mose, our recorder? And once we receive it and print it, I'll submit the legislation request. Committee members, the chair is open to receive the report. Although at the same time, Honorable Slater, are your questions answered to the extent they're acceptable to you?
Yes, thank you, Shania.
Oh, good. Thank you. Otto, the young lady, I didn't catch your name, the one that's from Vilcon Community School. Just for the record, one more time.
Hi, this is Shayla Yellowhair, and I'm actually a program manager here at Doty. I'm the program manager for Cognia Navajo Nation, but I'm the internal work group lead person for creating and adjusting the plan.
Yes, okay. Your name, one more time, the first name.
Shayla, Shayla.
Akweshila. All right, committee members, chair is open for a motion to accept the report and for us to proceed with legislation.
All motion, Chair.
Motion
Second, Halona.
I'll recognize Honorable Edison Winika for the motion, second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and a third by Honorable Fernell Malone. Okay, any other statements or questions? But yes, Chiesa Misgani, have you, with the committee accepting this reopening plan, please share with the Navajo Nation schools, both BIE and contract and grant schools. If you would, that way they can be apprised of it and they then can also speak to it when the legislation enters the 5-day comment period.
Chairman, so yes, I do acknowledge that request. We will be sending over the Navajo Nation Board of Education's approved resolution to attention of Ms. Benali as requested, and then we will be forwarding this document directly to school leadership, although it can be found on Navajo Nation Department of Education's website. And if I may also pose a question, we do have Department of Education's legislative analyst also on the call, Mr. Matthew. So Matt, if you can also have an opportunity to pose your insight in terms of legislation to be introduced. I just really want to be sure that we have the correct direction at this time, Chairman. So with the caution that we don't tie up this guidance in legislation, we want flexibility to be able to work alongside Department of Health through the issuances of appropriate public health emergency orders to guide the schools going forward. So if I may ask for a few minutes to have Mr. Matthew So also offer some insight as well, sir.
Okay, Mr. Matthew So, you have the teleconference floor. On Zoom?
Good morning or afternoon now, members of the committee. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that some of the discussions that we've had with our department is that we really didn't need to have legislative approval of the reopening plan. It was more or less to inform the committee that if the rescission legislation on the virtual only or online only is going to go forth, that this document is evidence or a record of showing that we have something in place if the committee or the Navajo Nation Council does proceed down the route of going with rescinding the online only or virtual only learning. And so this document or the presentation that Ms. Ghani had presented is a plan that shows that this is going to apply to all schools if that legislation does pass. So in that respect, it wasn't. Well, I just want to clarify that legislation really is not necessary to approve the plan because it's being handled administratively and internally by the department in partnership with the Public Health Command and other departments.
Thank you, Mr. So, but I'm going to have to, the thing that we set precedent by legislating and in the council voting against the original plan. Precedent was set. And so I feel like we need to go back to the council with this particular document. Ms. Kinsella, Mr. Haven, let me hear the legal positions. of DOJ as well as Legislative Council.
Thank you, Honorable. So this is Alex with DOJ. So yes, I think just to clarify, so the idea is that, you know, today in presenting the updated plan and assessment form is not in anticipation of requesting proactive legislation. Instead, it would be to be a, I think as was already mentioned, an exhibit to the support for rescinding the current legislation on the table, that CO 8420. And this is something that Navajo Department of Health has discussed at length with regard to their need for flexibility to move within the phases or to update plans based on the, you know, changing health information that comes through that does affect what is considered the most current health guidance. And so there is a concern, I think, from Department of Health around if we're legislating things into law that should potentially instead be policies that are not as binding and thus allowing for flexibility and adaptability to changing health environments and health guidance. That is the request and wish from Navajo Department of Health. DODI is modeling its reopening plans based on and in collaboration with us, as was discussed in detail, with the Department of Health. So the DODI plan is very much meant to be based on the most updated health information and recommendations from health officials within Navajo as well as the CDC. So this is something I did reach out to Mr. Haven. We spoke on the phone, I believe 2 days ago, to discuss this. So the idea, you know, first is that this would not be proactively legislated into new legislation, again, for the reasons I just mentioned. If, however, HES wants to move forward with some sort of proactive statement around the updated guidance, DOJ would request the opportunity to work with OLC on that language to ensure that it still allows for needed flexibility. Again, given the, you know, just the very nature of kind of this health crisis that we're in, the information changes, it fluctuates, the guidance fluctuates. And so again, in order to be responsive, we're requesting that this is not legislated into law, but instead a guiding policy for schools at this time. So either way, DOJ, you know, we have looped in Mr. Haven already on this consideration to start talking through this very issue. And we would request that we be involved in any drafting of legislation to, again, if that is the decision of HES to move forward with something new, that DOJ be involved to prevent any potential blockades to the nation's need for responsiveness moving forward. So that's the position of DOJ. I do not believe Dr. Jim is on this call as she was not on the agenda. Perhaps she is, but again, that was a concern that has been discussed in length between DODI and Department of Health. And we have tried to start looping in OLC on that issue. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, Mr. Haven, please go ahead and you know, you can speak to our conversation and your thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
To
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Haven, I
Hello.
guess I'm really, right now, Ms. Garni, Ms. Manuelito, Ms. Kinsella, Mr. So, I'm really perplexed now. So the plan is just presented to us to burn up another tree, to saw up another tree, if we're not going to legislate this. I'm really perplexed. does Doty have the authority to institute this plan? Does the Navajo Nation Board of Education have the authority to tell the schools, this is the proposed reopening plan?
Chairman, so are you finished with your questions?
Yes.
Thank you for that question, Chairman. So, at length, as Ms. Kinsella described, how we envision working with this framework, we simply would like to have that pliability to be able to make any necessary adjustments going forward. Having said that, we have been working with the school leadership in regard to how we foresee our schools to be able to reopen safely. And we always try to, first and foremost, collaborate with our stakeholders. And given the delegation of authority, as I understand, the Board of Education can make policy to work with the schools in which we can monitor schools' compliance. And having said that, this is a framework that we wish for our schools to utilize where safety of our children is concerned. And as it relates to education, I do believe that our Board of Education members and their decision-making are binding for our schools. We have received some resistance from some of our schools here on Navajo. We have different public schools under different states' Department of Education, and also the State Education Agency of BIE as well for the BIE operated. Some have contested that they don't have to answer, but we have been working in concert with various others to reach an understanding that the policies and recommendations that travel through Board of Education are binding and applicable on behalf of our Navajo students who attend schools that are located within the geographical boundaries of Navajo Nation. And I hope that provides some clarity where this specific item is concerned. And the request that we work with the Board of Education to issue any other needed resolutions going forward with consideration to public health emergency orders surrounding what continues to be fluid. The number of cases continue to change. There is a lot of work that is underway to manage and monitor how the variants are behaving as well. So with those things continuing to be monitored, we believe that it is important that the public health orders have that flexibility to guide where the schools are positioned in terms of the color code spectrum within the plan going forward. That also will allow us to communicate and be responsive to the school's needs as well. Should we have to revert to a color code change? So whatever flexibility we can have, that is the recommendation that we have brought before you today, Chairman So. And also for the legal insight, I also want to have an opportunity for Alex to also weigh in on the question that you pose as to authority pieces of Navajo Board of Education. Alex?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ghani. So to answer your question, there are different ways that it can be done. So the existing education laws only speak to certain specific items, and then there's also general reference to powers around procedure and policies. So one option is, if HES feels strongly that it wants to move forward with proactive legislation on this item, that, we do that in a way that allows for flexibility, as I stated before, and that's something that DOJ is happy to work with OLC on to ensure that it provides that flexibility. That said, there are general authorities that the board has, as well as delegated specific authorities to DOTI, including implementing procedures, policies, directives, and guidance as approved by the Navajo Nation Board of Education regarding the enforcement of Navajo Nation laws and the education of children on the nation. So if those policies that the Board of Education are approving are not in direct, so it kind of, we have to look at the kind of landscape of what legislation is currently active, what's not active, what is prescribed, what is prohibited. So if the CO 8420 is rescinded, that creates space for the board to issue policy guidance around the reopening of schools. That policy guidance would not be as considered a law as it would as if it were legislated into a resolution. And I want to allow Mr. Haven to speak to this issue as well, because I did call him hoping to have an in-depth conversation around how do these authorities work together? How do we navigate between policy versus law? So there, as I said, there are different ways we could do it. We would request that DOJ be involved in the drafting, again, for the concerns I already mentioned. But there are general authorities that HES has delegated to the board and to DOTI to enact policies around education, as long as those policies are not in violation of existing laws. I hope that helps answer.
Thank you. So I guess number one, I really feel like then the schools ought to be able to talk about it. When the word school leadership was involved, that kind of puts all BIE and all contracting schools into one bucket. And okay, so committee members, since we're going to receive this report, should the committee request DOTI to consult and collaborate with all the schools going forward? Because we got hammered previously regarding what Honorable Slater had sponsored before. Committee members, I leave it to you.
Chair.
Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair, I think what you're recommending is a good idea. The reason why I'm saying this is because as far as the legislation, what DOJ is saying, it seems like the most they can do in order to kind of extended authority is the needed flexibility. But the needed flexibility can just go so far because I'm concerned about the authority of the BIE school board and the contracted school boards. Because I think that the contracted school board, you would think, would have the authority for that particular school because they're the governing body of that school. And there might be conflicts arising based on what the Board of Education is saying in reference to what the parents are saying and the school board at the school are going to do in reference to recommendations coming from the parents and from the school. So I'm really concerned of what we could do to really monitor this using the legislation that's going to be given. So I think we need to go with what our chair is recommending. I think we do that, we might be able to have a more, as far as the legislation, I think it would be more effective if we could do that. If we just do the legislation based on what's been given to us, I think we're going to have problems with the contract school as far as the board's responsibilities are to that particular school. Chair, call. I don't know if we can just go ahead and ask for the legislation at this time. I think it's better to go with what you're saying.
Thank you. Committee members, moving parties. We heard from Honorable Wanika to accept the aspect of sending this document to all the BIE operated schools and the contract schools. Honorable Slater, you're the second on this motion to accept this report on school reopening plan.
Chair, can you clarify precisely what you're asking for in the modification to accepting the report?
Yes, to send this document, for Doty to send it to all the schools and find out what their thoughts are on it.
Okay, I can consent to that.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any other questions? Mr. Moe, roll call vote. Yes, sir.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Malota. Honorable Pernell Malota. Honorable Caller Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Caller Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
Green.
So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable S.J. Wanika. Green. Honorable S.J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Malota.
Malota votes green.
Honorable Pernell Malota votes green. Chair, vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. The chair will call for recess and we'll reconvene at 1:15. Committee members, you can have lunch with your chapter members. Okay, we'll go to lunch. Thank you, committee members. So we'll reconvene at 1:15 p.m. Committee recess.
go play a team today in the Pro-Am, get a full look at the course. So it's, the finishes I'm coming off of, I definitely expect myself to be up there and continue to ride the wave that we kind of started. It's not fun sitting at home watching other guys play majors, that's for sure. So it's added motivation. I wouldn't say I ever like necessarily took them for granted. It's such a fine line out here. I think all of you understand that. Everyone out here on tour understands that. The difference from being on teams or being at majors and sitting at home watching is small. Same thing with playing the weekend and missing cuts, making cuts. You know, it's a putt or a shot here or there that can change kind of the outcome of the week.
Ricky Fowler gets things going with Kevin Tway and Francesco Molinari. They go 12:30 Eastern time on Thursday. So Ricky has had his fair share of issues on the course over the last year. Obviously very happy, healthy, content off the course. But coming off back-to-back top 11 finishes, do you think that Ricky Fowler's starting to turn?
Yes, if you compare it to what he'd actually been doing before that. I mean, those were Ricky's two best finishes since he started working on artillery a year and a half ago. And it's definitely a sign of progress, but there's still worrying signs in there as well. If you go back to 2017, Ricky Fowler led the tour in stroke gained putting. Right now, he's 143rd stroke gained putting. In scoring average, Ricky was inside the top 15 on tour for 4 years in a row. Now he's 136th. So there are things that aren't working, but the signs at least are starting to get encouraging for Ricky that he's finally turned the corner and started going the right direction.
Golf is such a unique game because I've spoken with tons of swing instructors or players to say, what's the proper sample size before you can really rate changes that a player has made? 12 months, 18 months, the comprehensive body of work to say, I'm going the right direction. I remember chatting with Ricky in December at Mayaco, and it had been a lost 6 to 9 months, and he's asking Rick, okay, what gives you the inner belief to know I'm going the right direction and not think, am I just going down a wormhole where I can lose 2 or 3 years? That's the prime in my career. So the two top 11 finishes are promising. How much would you want to see going forward to then have conviction to say this was the right pivot that he made from Butch to Johnson?
I think we also already have evidence that it's the right pivot, because look where those two top 11 finishes came from. And it burned Ricky Fowler that he didn't get to play in the Masters, that he wasn't exempt for it, nor did he get to play in the US Open. He needed a special invitation to get into the PGA Championship, and he finished tied 8th at the Kiowa Island on a very difficult golf course. He finished 11th at Memorial on a very difficult golf course that Jack Nicklaus had redesigned. So on tough golf courses, Ricky Fowler is starting to show signs that he's playing well. It's a different
equally paid. Liberty, 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 liberty. Here we go. Don't worry, Pops. Breakfast ball. Just for you. I mean, you got they love you. Over the years, still love you. A lot of places don't want to think.
Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Just checking, sir. So this is good.
I see you. You're still out?
Hakoshi.
All right, sir.
Are we ready, committee members? Okay, committee members, we're running a little late, but we will proceed. Okay. Mr. Moon, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul McGee Jr.,
Present.
sir. Honorable Pernell Valona. Honorable Pernell Valona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel E. So is present. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Pernell Valona. Chair will have 3 members at the time.
Okay. Honorable Slater, step on it.
I wish I could. I had a meeting in district this morning, so I couldn't rush in right prior to the meeting. It wrapped up. That's why you didn't hear me on roll call. And now I've been stuck in traffic for the last 30 minutes waiting where it goes to single lane. So it's all a bust.
Yeah, we don't have quorum right now, so you're.
Honorable Charlene So. She's on the line, but she's still on mute. Honorable Charlene So, with roll call. Can you hear us?
Delegate So present. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Thank you very much.
Loud and clear. Thank you, Shabiza. So we have 4 members present, 3 on telephone or Zoom, and myself here. Call the meeting back to order. And let's go to old business. No, report. The new 5C, report the increased use of alcohol post-pandemic. The presenter is Madam Area Director, Indian Health Service for the Navajo area, Miss Rosalind So. Are you on the call?
Hello, this is Dr. Eric Ritchie. I'm representing Navajo area IHS on this call.
Okay, Dr. Ritchie. Is it Ritchie spelled R-I-T-C-H-I-E?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You have the teleconference floor.
Okay, sir. I do have some slides to present. Is it acceptable for me to share my screen?
Well, the normal way to do it is you send your PowerPoint presentation to the committee because some of the committee members are using iPhones.
Okay.
And some are right now stuck in traffic.
Understood. I will give a verbal report then, and I can ask Ms. So to distribute the content in the PowerPoint to the committee members later. Would that be acceptable?
Is that the PowerPoint that's Ms. So, sent?
It may be, it's entitled alcohol-related ED visits.
Yes, yes, Ms. So sent it to me. I forwarded it to the committee members. We do have the PowerPoint presentation. You may proceed.
Okay, let me pull this up so that I can share it on the screen. Ms. So asked me to share with the committee today some findings related to substance use related visits at IHS facilities in Navajo area. And the way that this information came about is I'm the clinical director at Chinle Hospital. I'm a physician there. And I was working with our emergency department chief there, who indicated that in the past few months, really in March, April, and May, they've seen a lot more patients in the emergency department present with intoxication and substance use. So he asked me to look into this to see what could be going on. And so I used our Navajo area IHS emergency department dashboard tool to be able to extract some data on emergency department visits at Navajo area facilities. This data has trended over time all the way back to 2017 when we first implemented the dashboard. And it includes information about all of our emergency department visits, as well as visits that are related to substance abuse. And in this case, visits that involve police custody. And the advantage of this data is that it's easy to query and it's an accurate reflection of what's going on in our emergency departments. But this data has some key limitations that we'll discuss. It's only related to emergency department visits. It's not a comprehensive picture of what's going on in Navajo Nation. And there may be other factors that drive why someone comes to the emergency department, besides just that we're going to talk about.
I just reviewed it, yeah. It's very
Can
big,
everyone hear me?
and it has to get reviewed.
I wish it hadn't taken 2 months to get that,
Uh-huh. Okay,
that sort of response.
yeah.
It sounds like the EMS is unmuted.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there's 2 data points I was going to present today. One is about emergency department visits that involved patients that were released to police custody. Most of these visits are often visits for intoxication with substances, especially alcohol, but that also could be influenced by other factors, like during the pandemic, patients were brought to the emergency department for COVID testing before being referred to Department of Corrections. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then the other data point is substance abuse related emergency department visits. These are visits that had a diagnosis category of substance use or related disorders. These visits capture a lot of different substances, not just alcohol, although 95% of these visits are alcohol related. And the limitation in this data is that it relies heavily on coding. So this is the diagnosis code that's associated with the visit. And so there may be a lot of other reasons why someone with substance abuse could present to the emergency department. For example, if they were in a motor vehicle accident and had an injury, their diagnosis code might be an injury and not substance use. So again, it doesn't capture everything, it's imperfect, but there are some trends that Ms. So felt like it was important for us to share today. The first thing that I'll show you is just the total number of emergency department visits to Navajo area IHS facilities. And I share this data to show you that during the pandemic, the total number of patients coming to the emergency department was much lower than at baseline. And this is because of the shelter in place orders. A lot of patients with less acute conditions may have delayed coming to the emergency department or sought care via telemedicine rather than come to the emergency department. So we saw fewer visits overall. That makes the next data point that I'm going to show you a little more striking, because the total number of visits for substance use and the total number of patients that were discharged to police custody increased to all-time highs during this same period. And there's 2 peaks in each of these curves, and both of these tend to happen during points in time when COVID cases were actually going down. So there's a peak in substance use related visits and in discharges to police custody occurring during the summer months of 2020, kind of in the lull between the first surge and the second surge in COVID. And then there's another peak occurring more recently in the spring of 2021 as we've started to enter the recovery. So there seems to be fewer of these visits during the strictest parts of the lockdown when there's been more COVID cases. And then there's a surge in these types of visits as things reopen and people become more mobile and perhaps have access to more resources. I also expressed these visits as a percentage of the total number of visits, just to show you that it's more pronounced when you take into account that this increased volume of substance use related visits and police custody visits happened at a time when the total number of visits had decreased. I was also asked to break this data down by service unit. So for the 5 federal service units, you can see that all 5 experienced fewer total emergency department visits during the pandemic. But when you look at substance related visits, you can see that Chin Lee saw an all-time high number of these visits in April of this year, as well as Northern Navajo Medical Center, while Gallup Indian Medical Center saw a peak in the summer of 2020. There are some potential confounders with this. In particular at GIMC, this peak corresponded to a time when the NCI Detox Center was closed. And so it's possible there was a larger than normal number of patients with substance use disorders presenting directly to the emergency department in GIMC because they could not be placed at NCI. Similarly, when we look at the data for visits involving police custody, we see that at Kayenta and at Northern Navajo, these visits are at all-time highs in the second part of 2020 and in the spring of 2021. And this may be related to the closure of the Northern Navajo Department of Corrections facility and the need for a larger number of patients to present to these 2 facilities for Department of Corrections medical clearance before they could be transferred to another facility. So in conclusion, this data shows some signals that we're seeing a larger number of patients with substance use related disorders and patients that are being discharged to police custody, many of whom are intoxicated. This is not consistent across every service unit, but most service units saw all-time high numbers of these visits in the latter part of 2020 and the early part of 2021. Ms. So asked me to present this data because I think it's informative about what could be going on in our communities related to substance use after the pandemic. And we would really be interested in partnering with DBMHS and Division of Public Safety to get a better, more comprehensive understanding of what's happening with substance use after the pandemic on Navajo and what potential interventions could be brought about to help support our patients who may be grappling with substance use after the pandemic. So this is a very brief presentation. That's all I have to present, and I'm happy to entertain questions from the committee about this data.
Thank you, Dr. Ritchie. Ms. Rosenso, you're on the call now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman So and honorable delegates of the HES committee. This is something that we were hoping to share with you as Dr. Ritchie has just completed the presentation. We want to make sure that the health committee of the Navajo Nation is informed of some of the things that we are seeing. We also recognize that, many of our patients were not able to get the care that maybe they needed during the pandemic because we closed some parts of our service, again, just focusing on the issues at hand, which was mostly COVID related. We're also seeing higher numbers of hospital requirements, hospital care need, particularly on the New Mexico side. We're having some challenges trying to get patients out. I think that as we are now where we are at, I won't say we're out of the pandemic, but we're certainly winding down and our numbers continue to stay low. It is very important that we continue to look at those other factors such as the use of substance abuse and what the impact might be. Again, as Dr. Ritchie reported, these are really ER visits, and so there I think there's an opportunity to dig more into the data to try to get a better understanding of what we're dealing with. But, and finally, I just want to remind everyone, this is not just a medical issue. It's not an IHS or a health facility issue. This is an issue that needs to be addressed collectively. And so the purpose of this presentation is to provide awareness, to let you know that, particularly in the Chinle area, where again, generally people don't have access to alcohol or shouldn't, and yet we're seeing these numbers in the heart of Navajo country. So we want to raise this, and we're, it is very concerning to me, and we know that many of our people, again, probably did not get some of the care that they needed, and we're seeing that part as well associated with the substance abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. So. Committee members, do you have any questions? Okay.
Chair, I'll motion to accept the report.
Thank you, Honorable Carl Slater. Motion by Honorable Carl Slater, second by Honorable Edison Juanica.
Can I ask a question, Chair?
Go ahead, Cecilia.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. So and Dr. Ritchie. My question is there money that was made available to IHS under ARPA that we could collaborate with maybe Navajo Nation and IHS funding to provide more services, not just the data analysis, but I think, we have this in an action plan. I'm sure there's things that have already been discussed within IHS where we can expand the services provided or construct facilities to provide these services in the future. Thank you.
Ms. So, Dr. Ritchie.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Slater. So not funds specifically for facility constructions, if you will. However, I think there's an opportunity here to really look at what can we do. I know that this is a huge need already on Navajo before COVID. We're already dealing with these challenges, but my concern is that for the year and a half, close to a year and a half, that people maybe neglected their physical health care and found other ways to deal with this is what we need to be talking, what we want to talk about and be part of that solution. I think there's an opportunity to really use the data here. We know that statistically and more broadly throughout the United States and the world, that people have used other means to try to cope with COVID. And so I think that having a broader conversation, I know that we are doing that on the water side in terms of just really looking at streamlining, making sure there's no duplication of efforts. We also have reported to this committee before all of the great work that has gone on in Gallup as a result of NCI closing down at that point during the pandemic. And we're still working on that with some really good outcomes. So I think that if we were to maybe put a work session together or really look at how do we collectively address these and what opportunities should we be taking advantages of. One that comes to mind is what SAMHSA has. SAMHSA, of course, is the federal entity that looks at mental behavioral health. And I've seen the resources that they're getting that maybe, if we haven't already, Navajo Nation can tap into. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. So. Committee members, any follow-up to the report? I guess in a lot of ways it was, now what do we do with the report? In that regard, Ms. So is requesting a work session. And I guess the other part, it goes into the previous effort to address a detox or a rehab centered on the Navajo Nation. Previously, within the Chinle chapter, there was a facility that was identified, and Hess and LOC were supposed to go over there and view the facility, but I think the time that it was scheduled, a council session, special session, went in place of that particular visit. So at some point in time, we'll have to put that back on the travel schedule. Committee members. Okay. Thank you, Ms. So, Dr. Ritchie. Thank you to the other support staff, Cecilia, Honorable Leonard Chi, Dr. was it Elcon? No, Ben, Alfred, Marquise, Yazi, and so with that, committee members, if there's no other questions or comments or statements, Mr. Mose, roll call vote to accept the report.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Malona.
Rona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Malona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell, Carl Russell Slater. Where's that drop? Chair, you got 4 members.
Okay.
Favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting, and 1 member using connectivity. With that, committee members, do we have Cordell Shorty on the line, on the call, just by chance? For the record, committee members, Mr. Shorty did.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, hey.
Yeah, Jay. Good afternoon, Chairperson So, and members of HESI Committee. I'm listening in right now. This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer. Mr. Shorty is away from his desk right now. He was listening in earlier, but we never got to his report.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we did receive his memorandum.
Okay, hold on. Let me put him on speaker. He just walked in.
Are they on?
Yeah, you're on.
Good.
Yeah, you can.
Good afternoon. This is Cordell.
Oh, yeah, hey, Mr. Shorty.
Oh.
Coming to our modified committee meeting. There's 2 of us that are in person, and I think there's 2 or 3 that are on Zoom, and another 2 on iPhone.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, committee members, I'm going to bring back the report respective of the summary by OMB contracts and grants. This section internal grants and requires match. 5A of our agenda. So, Kwaikila, Mr. Shorty, if you could, just a brief recap, and then, I guess, just to give assurance that,
Get the document.
the UUFB request that, Department of Head Start had been putting before us, that particular request for additional monies is, for them to,
Okay. Oh, Mr. Chairman, so Vice Chair, members of Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and all those who are on the call. I sent a memorandum this morning around about 11 o'clock, which is a recap of report I provided to the committee at the June 9th meeting. The report was on cash match need, cash match requirement on FY21 Head Start grant. So the memo is written to Chairman So, members of the committee, and the subject is follow-up report update on FY18 Navajo Nation appropriation to Navajo Head Start program, NHS, and Department of Education, DOTI. This item was on the agenda of the committee meeting as agenda item 5A under receiving report. Basically, it was on the agenda based on a memo of June 1st entitled UUFB Supplemental Funding Request for Navajo Head Start 20% non-federal share, written by Dr. Bitsoy and concurred by Petra Sagani. And Dr. Bitsoy was informing the committee of the need for Navajo Nation funds as cash match on their FY21 grant, and also seeking support to for appropriation of the funding. At that meeting, I gave an overview and provided a handout. Basically, I said that I covered the required match for Head Start grant. Yes, it requires match. And then the need for match on FY21 grant, the amount, and that there was availability of Navajo Nation appropriation for cash match. That handout, I provided an overview, is attached to this memo as Exhibit A. Although a brief fast-forward situation, Head Start is requesting a need and also support for appropriation. I said there was sufficient amount available in the cash match pool account business unit 118024. And after I gave a report, Chairman So requested a written follow-up, which this report is. Mr. Jones of my staff informed me that there was a committee meeting on June 16th, at which time that written report was requested. I wasn't in the office at which Jermaine reported, and the committee's understanding, which I appreciate, and defer to have the written report at today's meeting. And below is a recap, and basically it's just to provide assurance that there is already sufficient Navajo Nation fund available to cover the cash match need on FY21 Head Start grant. tried to call in this morning around 10:15, 10:20, 2 times, and both times I get recording that the meeting hasn't started yet. On the third attempt, my call went through. That's why I wasn't able to join the meeting earlier. Now, on the recap, matching contribution by grantee, in this case, the Navajo Nation is required on the Head Start grant. It's on a pro rata share basis, 80% federal and 20% non-federal, or the grantee share. And the match can be cash or in kind or both. Later I'll illustrate that on the FY21 grant Head Start program had provided different sources as the nation's contribution on the match. The FY21 Head Start grant, the award to the nation is $21,503,693, which is the 80% federal share. On April 28th, a notice of award was issued to the nation, which is an amendment of the award, which waives the required match from 20 to 10%, which the adjusted actual required match is $9.2 million. So match, as I said, it can be cash, in kind, or a combination of both. Based on the notice of award, Office of Navajo Head Start submitted a revised budget on FY21 Head Start grant to reduce the required match, and that budget revision was entered into FMIS by Contracts and Grants, and a transmittal issued to document that on June 9th, which is attached as Exhibit B. On Section 3 of the transmittal at the bottom, explanation provided some numbers to show the changes where the match amount was, and then the reduction based on the waiver as approved in the notice of award. Item 3A, Navajo Head Start had requested appropriation of $3.5 million as match on the FY21 Navajo Nation budget, which is the current year. The total appropriated for cash match as a whole by the Nation Council and as approved by the President on the FY21 budget is $3.5 million. Of that 3.5, 1.7 was obligated for Head Start. And the difference, or the shortfall, is 1.1 million, which is the difference between the adjusted need of 2.9 million and the amount that was obligated, 1.7. So that 1.1 need would be covered by the balance available in the cash match pool account. So the request by Head Start for cash match for their FY21 Navajo Nation grants wasn't necessary because there was already sufficient funding. Attachment C is a report on the required match on the FY21 grant by Head Start. It also serves as a need for cash match. This is a form that program that operate with grant that require match filled out every year. And information from this is summarized and made a part of the annual budget request process for appropriation of Navajo Nation Fund for purposes of cash match. So in this report, Head Start said that for FY21, the expected federal share of the 80% is $24.9 million. The 20% non-federal share is $6.2 million for a total budget of 31. This is the estimated amount for FY21, and as I went over previously, the actual amount is different from there. In that form, also, Head Start provided a breakdown on what that 6.2 million would consist of as far as the nation's contribution. And when I get to that form, I'll provide some insights on that. Attachment D, this is a summary of grants that require match, which was reported by the program. we send a request to the programs, okay, for the upcoming budget year, what is your cash match need? So based on the program response, we compile a report, a summary, list the grants, the amount of money that they're expecting to receive from the funding agency. Of that amount, how much is the funding agency share and how much is the Navajo Nation contribution? So based on the FY21 request, the total cash match need reported was 7.5 million of 17 grants. From 17 grants, like I said, 3.5 million was appropriated. The cash match pool account was initiated in 2017 with appropriation of 2.5 million by the council, and the amount is replenished through appropriation in the annual budget process. So the appropriation received for the FY21 was added to the pool account. Now the FY22 budget request are upcoming. 3.5 million is proposed again, so that appropriation will be added to this pool again. The funding is used to account for the nation's share of the contribution. So money spent on the federal side, then OOC books the amount of contribution by the nation and take that out of the pool account. So I explained that annually there's a data call, it's called memo sent to the divisions of the program for the upcoming budget process. What are your cash match needs for which grant? What's the anticipated funding agency share? Based on that, what is the cash match need? And a summary is provided on that based on the response received, and then recommendation made based on that from contract as to how much the appropriation would be for that year. So speaking of the pool account, as of April 30th, there was 9.3 million available, and in our estimation here at contract, that amount is sufficient to cover cash match need on the FY21 grants, including Head Start. So if there's any question, then we're available to address that. So that's an overview of the memo, and I made reference to Exhibit A, which is an outline that I prepared and presented at the June 9th committee meeting. Page 3 and 4 is that document. And page 5, which is Exhibit B, this is a cover of the email that was sent to Dr. Bitsoy and others' name on the email. Ms. Ghani, other Head Start staff, and President's office, the attorneys. Attached to this email is the transmittal that I referred to, and on this email provided an overview, a summary of what the transmittal is regarding. And you'll note that right beneath the items number 1, 2, and 3, I made reference to the June 9th committee meeting where I gave an overview that there was sufficient match funding available, and the match fund that Head Start was seeking wasn't necessary, and that you had requested a follow-up written report, and which is what I'm presenting. Page 6, which is a second page of Exhibit B, is the transmittal. June 9th is the date at the top, issued to Dr. Bitsoy, coming from Contracts and Grants, and it's regarding Amendment 1 of Head Start grant. Information on the grant is under Roman numeral Section 1, and then the data, the update that is made is referenced in Roman numeral 3, and then number 3, down below Roman numeral 3 is an explanation of what action, what changes have been made to the award or the budget that's entered in FMIS. So that Section 3 is an overview of basically what I already went through. Attachment C, this is a form that's included in the Navajo Nation Budget Instruction Manual, and this is what the programs fill out annually to report their grant that requires match And further, this document is used also as a request for appropriation of Navajo Nation Fund for matching funds. Roman numeral 1 is program information. So this is coming from Head Start, Dr. Bitsoy. And number 2, Roman numeral 2 is information of the grant, reference to the grant number, the amount of budget anticipated, and for the period of the grant budget period. So this is FY21 Head Start grant. The year that it started is what the grant is referenced to, FY21. So 3/1/21, the start date of the grant it coincides with the fiscal year that we refer to. Roman numeral 3, the total budget, 31 million, and earlier indicated the award from federal side was 21.5 million, I believe it was. So item B, based on this report, 24 million, 24.9 million was anticipated, and the cash match, the total is 6.2 million. Of that 6.2, 1.5 was anticipated to come from the balance remaining of the 6.3 that was appropriated to Head Start in FY 2018. So 1.5 was anticipated to fund the cash match, and then the 3.5 is what was requested to be for appropriation from FY21 Navajo Nation budget, and then 1.2 million was in-kind service, a total budget of 31 million. At the June 9th meeting, there was requests and for advice. Does it benefit the nation to request waiver, or should we just not bother with requesting waiver? And my response was, it really depends on what the nation wants to do. Is it better to operate with a larger budget, which includes match contribution by the nation, or can the nation get by with operating with a smaller budget that does not include match contribution by the nation? So looking at $31 million budget, and just thinking out loud, a lot can be done with a larger amount as opposed to a smaller amount that does not include contribution by the nation. And signature down below by Dr. Bitsui and Dr. White signing on behalf of Ms. Ghani. Second page, or the last page, page 8, Exhibit D. This is a summary that was talking about that OMB contracts and grant compile based on response by program to data call on request for cash match need. Column B lists the grants. Number 7, you see Head Start program, and looking from left to right, this is under DOTI, the budget period, 3/1. This coincides with the information on form that I just went over. The $31 million budget, the federal share 9.9, cash match need 3.5. So this is a summary. And column G, the total cash match need, you can hardly read it. That the amount in blue font, blue highlight, is 7.5 million that there was request, total request I referred to earlier. 3.8 was recommended, but 3.5 was appropriated by the council. Then there's notes down at the bottom of the form. So this form is included in budget a proposal submitted from OMB to Budget and Finance, and then further to branch chief. So it's based on this form. Recommendation is made how much should be appropriated for cash match, and what's appropriated made a part of the pool account that I referred to. So that's an overview of the update report that was requested by committee from the June 9th meeting. Again, just to reaffirm that the Navajo Nation appropriation available currently, the 9.3 million I referred to, is sufficient to cover the cash match need of 2.9 million on the FY 21 Head Start grant. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, so that's an overview of the document I emailed to you all shortly before lunch today.
Oh, I can't have tweak for Fidel Shorty. We appreciate a finite explanation again through the document. You basically educated me on what exactly exists within the matching fund pool. Committee members, that very last page, page 8, just recognize that we have several grants that are under the oversight of the committee. Head Start, Navajo Area Agency on Aging, Navajo Nation Food Distribution, 2 of them. Then we have the Child and Support Enforcement, and then the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services. So we appreciate that. And going forward, committee members, as we hear requests for the FY22 budget, this would be a good reference. Thank you again, Shorty. Committee members, how do you proceed on this report from Shorty and Mr. Jermaine Jones? Janelle, are you back on the call?
Motion to accept the report, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Carl Slater.
A second, Halona, yes, I'm on the call.
Okay, second by Honorable Cornell Halona. Thank you. Committee members? Questions, follow-up, discussion? If not, then, again, Sas Tweed, Mr. Fidel Shorty, we appreciate this, meaning that this is with that, Chief, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlie So.
I vote green.
Charlie So votes green. Honorable Edison De Monica. Green. Honorable Edison De Monica votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. He's on mute. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Star 6, sir. How do you vote, sir? Honorable Paul Begay
votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 and 0 opposed.
Thank you. And for the record, regarding the accepting the report from Navajo Area IHS, let the record show that Honorable Carl Slater texts to vote green on it, so that vote will reflect 5-0. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. On this report from OMB, let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. With that, old business, there being none, item 7, new business. A, Ms. Angelita Molly, please read the legislation into the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have your legislation number 0095-21. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by the sponsor, Edison J. Winika. Tracking number is 0095-21. An action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving or recommending for approval of the Navajo Committee the designation of the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. as a Navajo Nation tribal organization for the purposes of contracting with the United States Indian Health Service and authorizing it to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, in parentheses PL 93-38, as amended, close parentheses, contracts and Title V self-governance compacts pursuant to the Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638, as amended, such designation of tribal organization being revocable and contingent on compliance with all terms and conditions as required. Being enacted, Section 1, authority. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee exercises oversight responsibility over all matters related to health on Navajo Nation. 2 NNC Section 400C1. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee exercises authority to review and recommend the authorization and designation of a for-profit or nonprofit health or social service organization as a tribal organization for the purpose of contracting or compacting under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 2 NNC Section 4016E. D, Navajo Nation Council Resolution CKY-33-10 authorized the previously existing Intergovernmental Relations Committee of the Navajo Nation Council to act as final approval authority. Only upon a recommendation for approval by the Health, Education, and Social Services Committee and each of the Navajo Nation chapters to be served for all additional designations of tribal organizations. D, upon reorganization, the Navajo Nation Council and committees, the Navajo Committee assume, unless otherwise specified, all the responsibilities of the previous Navajo Nation Council's Intergovernmental Relations Committee. And the Health, Education, and Social Services Committee was renamed the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, CAP-10-11. E, the Navajo Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, only upon the recommendation for approval by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the approval of each of the Navajo Nation chapters to be served, is to act as the final authority for approval and revocable designation of the tribal organization for purposes of contracting under the Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended, and Title V self-governance compacts pursuant to the Indian Self-Determination Act, in parentheses PL 93-638 as amended. Section 2, findings. A, Resolution CJY-33-10 authorized contractors to be authorized as Navajo Nation, in quotes, tribal organization, close quote, for the purpose of entering into Title V self-governance compacts contracts pursuant to the Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended. B, the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. has requested to be designated as a tribal organization for a period of 15 years for the purposes of contract with the United States Indian Health Services and to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended, contracts. C, Exhibit A. E, the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. serves the Navajo Nation chapters and commissioned governments of Cornfield, Crystal, Fort Defiance, Ganado, Greasewood Springs, Hawk, Kindafachi, Cligato, Nahadatsio, Oak Springs, Red Lake, Sawmill, St. Michael, Steamboat, Ses'a, and Wide Ruins. D, the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. Proposal for designation of parentheses, a tribal organization, close parentheses, or close quote, has been endorsed by separate resolutions adopted by all the named respective chapters. The chapter resolutions are attached and can be found in Exhibit B. E, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by Resolution HEHSCD-26-18 attached as Exhibit C, previously authorized the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. as a tribal organization to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended, contracts and Title V Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended, compacts being revocable and contingent on continuing compliance with all terms and conditions as approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. F, the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. tribal designation expires on December 28, 2021. G, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council finds it to be in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to approve and recommend to the Navigatia Committee that the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board be given the revocable designation of tribal organization for a period of 15 years for the purposes of contracting with the United States Indian Health Service and to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended, contracts and Title V Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended, compacts, contingent on compliance with all terms and conditions required in Exhibit D. Section 3, approval. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves and recommends to the Navigatia Committee that the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, Inc. be given the revocable designation of tribal organization for a period of 15 years beginning December 29, 2021 and ending December 28, 2036 for the purposes of contracting with the United States Indian Health Services and to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended. Contracts and Title V Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 as amended. Compacts contingent on compliance with terms and conditions as required in Exhibit B. In Exhibit D. Exhibit A is the Sehotso memo to the speaker from Asensio Tom, President of the Board of Directors. And it's attached is the resolution FDIB-HB-MAY-J24-2021. And B is includes the resolution by the Cornfields chapter that's CF-MARCH 2021-096. A resolution by the Crystal chapter CRY-03-2021-030. A resolution by the Fort Defiance chapter FDC-2021-MAR-09-01. A resolution by the Ganado chapter, resolution GAN-287-2021. A resolution by the Greasewood Springs chapter, GSC 03-21-1059. a resolution by the Hawk Chapter Governance, HCR, colon 031821 colon 05. A chapter resolution by the Kindatachi chapter, KDLC 03-017-2021. Resolution by the Klagato chapter, KLA-2115-03/2021. A resolution by the Nahatatio Commission of Governance, NDCG-2021-03-023. A chapter resolution by the Oak Springs chapter, OC-021-62021. Chapter resolution by the Red Lake chapter, RLC-03-21-05. The resolution by Sawmill chapter, SAW-03-08-2021-03. The resolution by St. Michael's chapter, SMC 2021-010. A chapter resolution by the Steamboat Commission Government, SCG 2021-04-01. A chapter resolution by the chapter of Tessaana, TSA-2021-03-012. A chapter resolution by Wide Rooms chapter, WDR-03-13-21. And thereafter you have your Exhibit C, which is HEHSCD-26-18. And it is a resolution by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of 2018. Exhibit D is the Navajo Nation conditions for designation as tribal organization for healthcare pursuant to the Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638 is amended. And thereafter attached the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel and a document from the tracking, legislative tracking services for the public comment that ended on June 9th, 2021 at 5:13 p.m. with no comments. Mr. Chair. And the legislation does indicate that it is only assigned to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee.
Motion, Halona?
Thank you, Honorable Haluna. Motion. Do I hear a second?
Well, Chair, I have a question. I would like to motion for this to be tabled and referred to a work session between the committee, the Department of Health, the Department of Justice, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and IHS to discuss the reauthorization and some of the ongoing issues at TMC. So I've had several constituents raise a series of matters related to management and some of the actions that have taken place in regard to employee safety. So, Delegate Halona, if you're willing to modify your motion, I'll second it. Otherwise, I'll make this motion after whatever happens here.
Thank you, Cecilia, Honorable Slater. Honorable Halona.
Mr. Halona, I can agree to that modification.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if it's a tabling motion, is there discussion?
Let's just, rather than, Honorable Halona, modify your motion just to say, let's send it to a work session. And then we'll work on a schedule for when to do the work session, as requested by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Are you, consent to that, Honorable Halona?
I'll consent to that with one statement, is that when we move into this, the approval for the 638 is separate from the personal issues. It's,
I guess it's not personnel issues, it's regarding the operation of the medical center, regarding safety matters and such. So if you would just motion to defer this to a work session, you have a second by Honorable Slater. And committee members, just let me back everybody up. When we adopted Navajo Nation nursing home, the legislation read in this manner too. So what we did, we only accepted on Hess. Now, since I was the sponsor on that Navajo Nation nursing home, I have to sign a new legislation request to sponsor a Navajo HIT committee legislation. So it's a two-step on that particular one. And in this particular one, it's again a two-step. It's only listing an action related to Hess. And once we act on it, it just sits there until I sponsor new legislation. So there's going to be some time lag. So in what Honorable Slater is requesting, it's, I think, doable. With that, Honorable Halona.
I understand, Chair. I agree to that.
Fukushima, Honorable Slater.
Second, Delegate Halona's motion.
Thank you. With that, committee members, for the record, let the record show that Honorable Halona, Honorable Slater, and the chair are in the BNF conference room with Mr. Mose. So committee members, with that, let's go to a roll call vote on deferring this to a work session. We will work to schedule that work session within the first 2 weeks of July. Roll call vote. Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable 3.
Honorable Purnell Wanda votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Red. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes red. Honorable Purnell, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Carry a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
You have a motion to defer the cross-border in 2 seconds?
It went around. He had the motion, alone, we asked him to change the motion.
Did he have the main motion?
Yeah, and that's to defer.
Within the main motion?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, usually there should be a second.
Okay, all right, committee members, let's go on to,
Chairman So?
hello?
Chairman So?
Yes.
This is Mr. Montoya, Vice Chair of the Fort Defiance Health Board. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. However, we have several individuals here that represent the hospital, and we are glad, we would be glad to participate in the work session and address those issues that will be brought up at that time. So thank you, Shanantai. Other work session that they so Chairman. So
Oh, so tell us, what Edo they?
Shanai.
Oh, at a point, July 6th or 7th, Shanchi, I'll hold the committee members, at the conclusion of our agenda. And we'll have legislative staff, make contact with, the board of directors as well as, management. Potato Lake, Philip.
Shanai. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bueno. Okay. Committee members, I'm gonna, legislative staff have approached me, and legislation 0097 as well as 0098. The Resource and Development Committee put it under agenda, and their legislation and committee report is not yet available.
So we have to wait for them, Chair?
Yes. So that takes us to legislation 0093-21, and that's legislation that I'm sponsoring regarding a minor tweak to the section 1703E of the Navajo Nation Child Support Enforcement Act. This passed the Law and Order Committee. It's before us. It'll go to Navikia Kit perhaps tomorrow. We'll see. But since I'm the sponsor, to the Honorable Carl Slater, we will proceed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Angelita Benally. The legislation 009721 is assigned first to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And it does indicate that, according to the stamps and assignment, that since after it has takes action on it, it would go to RDC and then thence NABI and thence the council. And thence does indicate that it goes in that particular order.
Okay. There is, okay.
Is that what Melinda's on? Is that what Melinda's on?
Committee members, since I already called this one 93 to the table, let's do that, and then we'll come back to 97.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, colleagues and committee members. We'll consider legislation 93-21. Ms. Benali, can you please read it into the record?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, you have your proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Daniel E. So as primary sponsor. Tracking number is 0093-21. An act relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, Navajo committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending section 1703E of the Navajo Nation Child Support Enforcement Act, Title IX, Navajo Nation Code. This legislation goes on to the Navajo Committee and then to the Navajo Nation Council. You have your Exhibit A, which is a memorandum from the Administration for Children and Families, the Office of Child Support Enforcement. And it is addressed to Jonathan Nez as President of the Navajo Nation. Thereafter is a transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel. And you have your record of the 5-day comment period. And there were no comments received during the 5-day comment period that ended on June 13th, 2021. And attaches the Law and Order committee report, and it indicates that the Committee of Law and Order recommended a do pass with no amendments. And they did consider it on June 14th, 2021, with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 against, and 2 abstaining, not voting. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much to our advisor, Ms. Benali. Committee members, the chair will entertain a motion and a second to consider the legislation.
Motion, Wanika.
We have a motion from Delegate Wanika. Is there a second?
Second, Halona.
We have a motion from Delegate Wanika, a second from Delegate Halona to consider legislation 93-21. Chair So has informed me that no modifications or amendments are required to the legislation. Committee members, are there any questions? Is there any discussion? Questions going twice? Questions going 3 times? Mr. Mose, it looks like just stepped out for a moment, so I'll do the roll call vote. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote?
Agree.
Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
I vote agree.
Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Going back to Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So, going 3 times. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Begay, going 3 times. Okay, Mr. Mose, now that you're back, Delegate Wanika voted in the affirmative, Delegate Haluna voted in the affirmative, Delegate Daniel So voted in the affirmative, and Delegate Charlene So and Delegate Paul Begay did not vote, and I, as Chair Pro Tem, did not vote. So thank you very much, and Ms. Platero, I understand you were the agent for this legislation. Do you want to provide a brief explanation to the committee? I know that we read this very simple legislation and understand that it was really just a definitional thing to line up with some federal guidance. Ms. Platero?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Slater, and then the honorable members of the HEHSC. Thank you so much. Yes, this is just a clarification on the definition for child. All along, we've had the definition that was in there, and we didn't have no issues with it until we did send a plan amendment, which is required by our funding agency. When we sent the plan amendment to them, and they noted that there was we needed to include language under child, and the language they requested us to include was including at least 18 years of age for the definition of child, and that is for that's required from our funding agency, and I guess that's what makes the clarification. Our definition was that it was means any person under the age of 18 and who is not emancipated according to the laws of the Navajo Nation. That was our definition, but now it does have that language, which is including at least 18 years of age. That's basically what we were doing with this legislation. I thank everyone for their part in this and making this correction on this one definition. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'll hand the gavel back over to you.
Thank you. With that, committee members, 0097. I'll call it to the table. Is Honorable Chair Ricky Nez on the call?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman So. This is Delegate Rick Nez. I'm on the call, sir.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, committee members, we are in accordance to hear 0097-21. Ms. Angelita Benali, would you read the proposed action into the record?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by Rick Nez as primary sponsor. Tracking number is 0097-21, and action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Resources and Development, and the Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the reopening of all Navajo Nation casinos to Navajo Nation visitors and tourists, notwithstanding public health emergency orders pertaining to COVID-19. You have your, the legislation does go on to the Resources and Development Committee, and then to the Navajo Committee, and finally to the Navajo Nation Council. You have your Exhibit A, which is the public health order of the Navajo Department of Health, Navajo Office of Environmental Health and Protection Program. It is the Public Health Emergency Order number 2021-011. And it is the Public Health Emergency Order continuing yellow status for business. And thereafter you have your transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel and your public comment review, 5-day review comment period. and it or it was okay, it ended June 14th, no, June 21st at 9:24. And there are no comments attached. Mr. Chair.
Motion, Chair.
Thank you.
Second, hold on.
Thank you, Ms. Finale, for apprising the committee of this particular legislation. We have a motion by Honorable Carl Slater, a second by Honorable Edison Wanika, and a third by Honorable Halona.
Beat him.
You're just a tad slow today. Cecilia, Honorable Rick Nance, you have the teleconference floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman So and Honorable colleagues of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Legislation 0097-21 before you to consider. This legislation will go to Resource and Development Committee as well as Navajo Committee and the full Navajo Nation Council. The Koro is to approve the reopening of all Navajo Nation casinos to Navajo Nation visitors and tourists, notwithstanding public health emergency orders pertaining to COVID-19. The casino na Josh our casino enterprises are having a really difficult time right now, and I sure hate for them to come before council asking for funding, but we would really like to start reopening our casinos to our visitors from other areas and tourists. So, and I also have another legislation. Hopefully, after this, we could consider putting it on your agenda, sir. I do have an agent, Mr. Brian Parrish, but I'm sure he would like to make a statement, or he can make his statement at the Navagiati or the full council. It's up to you. Back to you, Honorable Chairman. So.
Proceed, committee members, do you just want to proceed with a vote now? Yeah. Okay. With that, Mr. Mose, Mr. Parrish, you can address them at the lobby or at the council. Thank you for your work. Cecilia, thank you for bringing this legislative matter to the HES committee. With that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable Green.
Honorable Green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Must be a chapter.
Yeah. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, zero opposed, the chair not voting, and one committee member not voting. Thank you. Mr. Mose, if we could, get the committee report and the legislation ready for my signature so that it'd be ready. Thank you. Committee members, as referenced by Honorable Chair, written as we are looking for legislation 0098-21. We're waiting for the signed legislation and the signed committee report.
Which one's not made?
Chairman So, this is Delegate Nose. Request to speak.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman So, and other honorable members of Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This legislation was the part of Health, Education, Human Services was inadvertently left out. So this morning we made an amendment to it to add that on there so you could all hear this legislation come before you. Thank you.
Well, committee members, how shall we best see? Shall we go on the recess for an hour? Let's see if we can get that other very important.
So is that, Chair, is it their advisor who's completing it, or Chair Nez, did you already sign it, or?
No,
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Walker, he facilitated the RDC meeting for this legislation, and he just arrived there in Window Rock. He was signing off on the committee reports and the legislation for approval, so they should have it ready right now, hopefully.
Okay.
20 minutes? 15 minutes?
Let's go 20-minute recess, committee members. Let Honorable Vice Chair grab lunch or cookies and donuts.
Warm milk.
Okay, committee is in recess for 15, 20 minutes. Thank you. Let me call this, the Hess Committee meeting back to order after the brief recess. Mr. Mose, could you provide us a roll call to reestablish quorum?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay is present.
Paul Begay is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Star six, sir. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Present.
You, Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Thank you very much. Honorable Benjamin So, present. Honorable Edson J. Wanika. Thank you. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Chair, we have all 6 members.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show all 6 members of the Hess are present. Committee members, what was requested by Honorable Chair Rick Nez, the documents for 0098, the committee report is available, and the vote tally sheet with that we're ready to put this onto our agenda. Committee members, I'm going to have to ask you for a motion to suspend the floor rule to add 0098-21. Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika.
Second, Alona?
I didn't get one. Did you all get one?
No, that's the original.
Let me take it and read it into it.
Okay, yes. Motion by Edison Wanika and second by Honorable Pernell Halona to suspend the floor rules at 0098-21. Any discussion? Mr. Mode, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay. Committee members. To suspend the floor rules, it needed 2/3. Am I correct, Mr. Mose? Ms. Benali?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're correct.
Thank you. So four votes in favor makes the 2/3. Am I? Of the voting, 4 out of 5. Okay. The chair deems that requirement is met. So with that committee, Ms. Benali?
No, Mr. Chair, of the 6, is it 5 members who answered roll call or 6 members?
6 members.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Haven, go ahead. Yes, I'm sorry to interject here, but, if you take a look at Rule 20, majority vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, committee members, the item is added to the agenda. Ms. Angelica Benali, could you read the legislation into the record?
Okay. Mr. Chair, the Health Education and Human Services Committee has added legislation number 0098-21. And it is the legislation and action relating to resources and development, navigated committees, and the Navajo Nation Council rescinding CMA-16-20 in title, in quotes, and action relating to an emergency regarding the COVID-19 virus within the territorial jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, ensuring safety protection upon roads within the Navajo Nation by declaring all Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads shall be closed to all visitors and tourists. Okay, you have your proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 21st Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by Mr. Rick Nez as primary sponsor. The tracking number is 0098-21. An action relating to resource and development navigated committees and the Navajo Nation Council rescinding CMA-16-20 entitled, in quotes, an action relating to an emergency regarding the COVID-19 virus within the territorial jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, ensuring safe protection upon roads within the Navajo Nation by declaring all Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads shall be closed to all visitors and tourists, close quote. Being enacted, section 1, or this particular legislation goes on to the navigated committee. However, there's a resources and development committee report, and it does indicate the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, a committee report. Mr. Speaker, the Resources and Development Committee to whom has been assigned legislation number 0098-21, an action relating to resources and development navigated committees, and the Navajo Nation Council receiving CMA-16-20 entitled an action relating to an emergency regarding the COVID-19 virus within the territorial jurisdictions of the Navajo Nation, ensuring safe protection upon roads within the Navajo Nation by declaring all Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads shall be closed to all visitors and tourists. The sponsor is Honorable Rick Inez, and the RDC has had it under consideration and reports a due pass with one amendment. Amendment 1 is on page 1, lines 11, insert language as follows. Resource and development is existing language, comma, new language is health, education, and human services, and comma, end of new language, existing language is the navigated committees. Number 2, page 1, line 23, insert new paragraph B as follows. B, new language. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council provides legislative oversight on matters involving health. 2 NNC section 400 C1. And that's the end of the new language. And number 3 is to renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. And the legislation is and thereafter the legislation was referred to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and it is signed by Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And you have the date is June 23rd, 2021, regular meeting and the teleconference. And the main motion was held by Herman M. Daniels, second by Wilson C. Stewart with a vote of 401, and the vice chair not voting. The amendment was motioned by Mark Freeland, second by Wilson Stewart Jr., and the vote was 401. And,
Oh,
yes,
thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, and you have your roll call vote, which indicates the same of the motion and the parties who voted in favor. And it is signed by the Vice Chair of the Resource and Development Committee, along with the Legislative Advisor. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms.
Motion,
Benali.
Delegate Aldersgate.
Okay, he wants the roads open. Jay, Honorable Paul Begay motion. Second by Honorable Edison Juanita. For clarification, Ms. Angelita Benali, that amendment that was posted to include health education, we don't need action. We just accept the matter regarding Resource and Development Amendment.
That's correct. That's part of the record. That's part of the legislation. However, the only document I don't have is the change in the front page of the legislation. And it would be a change by the Speaker's office, assigning the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee after the Resources and Development Committee. I don't have the change of that first page, and perhaps the Office of Legislative Counsel might assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benali, we have a message that it's being changed, and the chair will sit here until that change is made, and then I'll sign the legislation and the committee report before I head home.
Okay. Yes, sir. That would suffice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I think we're very clear on the intent and purpose. Thank you, Satilla. Again, we're very clear on the intent and purpose. We'll proceed to a roll call vote. Thank you. My turn. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green, Alona, green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater. Green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Renica. Green. Honorable Edison J. Renica votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, committee members. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. We will support this particular legislation to add it to tomorrow's agenda at NABI. Committee members.
Thank you, Chairman So.
Oh,
and Hesse.
Oh, I see. By Keith Anderson, it's necessary. We need that action. What, Ayla? Committee members, that basically takes us to item number 8, close of meeting, announcement, adjournment. Within that, next meeting, committee members. We did get an invitation from Gannett College to attend their groundbreaking a math and science building at the Shiprock campus. That is occurring on June 28th, and I basically sent message back that the committee would attend. And if necessary, there was also a request to and if anything else comes ready, the way we could
do it is request for a special meeting up there on the 28th, and we would meet, and if there's any follow-up legislation that come in between now and Monday, or, let's see, 24-hour advance notice, Sunday by 10, then we would be doing that. So committee members, the other is the special request to meet at Tohajile on June 30th. One, to listen to the lawyers that litigated the Yazi Martinez. Two, to hear from the American Indian Education Group. They did a research project, and the principal investigator is Dr. Glenabot Martinez, as well as Dr. Wendy Gray, Dr. Lloyd Lee. They will, we would want to listen to them. The other is the main litigator, Ms. Gail Evans, and Mr. Preston Sanchez, as well as also hear again from Ms. Wilhelmina Yazi. And then we will also have on to present to us is Representative Derek Linty, Senator Benny Shendo, and the leader of the Santa Fe Leadership Institute, Mr. Regis Pecos. And of course, we would want members of the Board of Education, if they choose. That would be one of the items that we would address on the June 30th, as well as I want to put on the agenda scheduling the consultation process on the school board apportionment. What would be the process to do the 60 days of consultation? Committee members, that's going to be for June 30th. With Ayla, so that both of those will require a memo to the speaker. And then Richfield School. Ottawa, Honorable Paul Begay had gave us notice that he went to the graduation or commencement ceremony up in Richfield, Utah, where we have Navajo students staying at Richfield Dormitory, and they attend the high school that's across the street from them, and then there's a community college / university about 5 blocks from them. Some of the students have to wait with advanced courses, but they have a high school diploma as well as an associate of applied science or associate of science. So Honorable Paul Begay is working to make arrangements for us to meet with the Richfield Dormitory Board, School Board, and then the Sevier, S-E-V-I-E-R, Public School District Board of Education, as well as the mayor of Richfield and city council members. So committee members, that's the 3 items. Then putting on the committee's schedule. With that, if we would take a motion and a second to accomplish that, committee members.
Motion.
Motion by Honorable Carl Slater.
Second, Alona.
Second, he's fast. He's got his running shoes on. second by Pernell Helena. Any questions, discussion? Mr. Moe, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Green, Honorable Green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show we'll be sending 3 memos to, for the committee meeting. So the one in Richfield, Utah will be a work session. The one at Koji Lake will be a regular committee meeting. And the one in Dennett College, Shiprock South Campus will be a committee meeting. Special meeting. Monday. Yeah. With that, committee members, the chair is open for a motion to adjourn. Motion. Okay, motion by Honorable Nika, second by Honorable Paul Begay. We were waiting for Pernell Helona, Honorable Pernell Helona to motion for adjournment. We slowed down again. Okay, motion to adjourn, accepted by the chair, second. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Honorable Green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Adjourned at 3:38 p.m.
Thank you. Committee members, again, have a restful evening. We have, Navajo committee meeting tomorrow morning. We are adjourned.